This is the Restricted Research Review Panel meeting. And in this meeting, we review research awards at your universities that have been called into question by another university or THECB staff. Your documents and explanations are going to help us determine consensus on whether or not to include the expenditures from them in your FY13 Restricted Research Expenditures figures. That then allows the LBB to figure a 3-year average of your restricted research expenditures, which is what your distribution from the Research Development Fund is based on. This last session we had House Bill 870 that paved the way to allow Prairie View A&M University to participate in the RDF. And this morning we've got Dennis Daniels from Prairie View A&M University.
That's correct.
And is anyone else from Prairie View on the phones right now? No, they're not on there yet. Okay, so just a little housekeeping. When you say something, talk towards the mic. I think they're real sensitive, so but do speak towards the mics. If you're on the phone and you're not speaking or anything, try to keep your phone on mute. That'll help us drown out any kind of static or noise that's coming in through the phone lines. Okay, so let's see. If here in the room, if you go out these doors over here and head this way down the big hallway, about halfway down to your right, that's where the restrooms are. If you keep going down this hallway, there's a door that goes to the right before the glass doors. There's a big break room in there, and it's got drinks and food. It's got everything in there. So if you get hungry or thirsty, head down that way. We've got coffee and water right over here. Okay, so just real quick, let's just go around the room, say your name and the institution you're from, and then we'll do the same for the people that are calling in. Okay, we can start over on this side.
Carrie Brown, Stephen at Boston State University.
All right.
Nancy Ward, University of Houston.
I'll say, if you're in the room, if the mic's in front of you, it needs to have a little red button on.
Luis Fuentes, Texas A&M University, Corpus Christi.
Mohammed Abdurrahman, Texas A&M, Kingsville.
Mike Blanda, Texas State University.
John Seigan, UT San Antonio.
Dennis Daniels, Prairie View A&M University.
Sadiq Shah, UT Pan American.
Texas A&M University, Corpus Christi.
Burt Little, Tarleton State.
Very good. Let's see. Let's go to the phones and see who we've got on the phones. There's never any orderly way to do this. Whoever starts speaking up first, I guess.
This is Delia Gallinaro from Sam Houston State University.
All right.
Okay, Rebecca Davis, Texas A&M, Kingsville.
Good morning. This is Dr. Chandan Prasad. I'm with Texas Women's University in Denton.
Good morning. This is Noe Saldana with UT San Antonio.
Hi, Rochelle Riley, University of Texas at Dallas.
This is Ebony Mason with the University of Texas A&M in Texarkana.
Okay.
This is Tammy Holiday with Texas A&M in Galveston. Good morning.
Okay.
Good morning.
Jeff Brown, A&M International.
John Kilburn, A&M International.
Diana Luna, Texas A&M University, Kingsville.
Okay. Anyone else?
Katie Plum, Angela State University.
Okay. Anyone else out there on the phone? Okay, I know we've kind of published an order of institutions, so there could be someone either calling in late or even walking in late. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to jump into the awards just as quick as we can. Our first institution is going to be Texas State University, and they've got 6 awards that are marked questionable, and so Texas State just...
Okay, thanks, Dale. The first 2 projects that we have on the list, 19842 and 19843, are virtually identical. 842 is a state-funded program. 843 is a federally funded program. I'd like to go ahead and do 843 first, since it has a CFDA description that may be particularly helpful. My microphone. Yeah, that may be particularly helpful to give some context. Both projects are activities designed to collect data. And that data is really obtained through inspections, is the way the scope of work is described. So what the data is meant to measure is the retail violation rate of tobacco sales to minors. The data are collected via on-site inspections or the observations that are conducted in accordance with a prescribed methodology. In the state project, the Texas School Safety Center, that's our receiving unit on campus, they actually designed and maintain the database. For the federal project, they actually transmit the data via iPhone application to a federally managed database. Both programs actually quantify the effectiveness of the state tobacco prevention programs as measured by the SINAR survey. The SINAR survey was approved by this body in FY10 as a restricted research award. When you look at the CFDA number for the Food and Drug Administration, actually the term research appears up very prominently in the title of the program. So it is, at least the feds believe, that this program is intended to generate research results.
Is that better? Is that better?
Could you indicate which of the criteria you're referring, which you're...
for the SAM, it would
under
be...
the SAM, which one you're having this under?
Yeah. It's the 1.1.1, awards to university to support R&D activities.
I lowered the volume for the phone interface because you have to tell them please to lower their volume on their computers because we're getting older. They're here.
Okay, if you're on the phone, I've heard there's some interference with the phone versus the webcast. So you've got to you got to listen through just the phone and mute your computer sound, if you can do that, or keep your phone on mute until you actually speak, and that'll keep that interference out of the room here. Okay. So what are we looking at now? We were good with the tobacco?
Well, my question was, it didn't seem like anything new was coming from this, but perhaps it's
what the data
more
does,
development.
What the data does, it feeds the retail violation, the rate of retail violation of tobacco sales to minors. That data is then put into the larger databases, both at the state and federal levels. And what that data is used for is the SINAR survey. The SINAR survey is a federal legislation that enables funding to be allocated to the states depending on the effectiveness of their tobacco prevention programs. So it is all about data collection and then use of the data to make federal allocations to the states. And the data is, again, intended to measure the effectiveness of the individual states' tobacco prevention and control programs. And again, the FDA, CFDA number supports the Research Association.
Other questions on this one?
Yeah. You collect the data on the violations.
Correct.
And you send it to a central.
Correct. In one case, it goes to, in the state case, it goes to the Department of State Health Services, and in the federal case, it goes directly to the FDA.
Okay. Do you do any analysis yourselves on?
The analysis is primarily on the quality of the data. Was the data collected as prescribed by the funding agencies?
Right.
Right? And so there's a quality assurance evaluation, but the program actually mandates that those data be submitted back to the agencies. They do the analysis. From that analysis, the support to the states is then determined.
Okay, so where would the research piece be in your data collection?
The research is actually how often or how frequent the sales occur to minors. So what happens is a law enforcement agent, and that's one of the big subcontractors in both awards, the law enforcement agents coupled with a decoy, juvenile decoy, they go to selected areas within principally minority serving areas and try to make these sales. Mm-hmm. And then there's actually a sheet that they collect the data on, and then that's what's keyed into the databases. So what this organization does is collect the data,
right,
make sure that the data meets prescription, and then sends the data to the agencies for determination.
Okay.
Any other questions, comments on this one? Do we need to vote on it? Votes?
Again, both are directly related to a previously justified or classified research award, the SINAR survey. And like I said, in the title of that, the word is research is prominently displayed. 93.103. Yeah. So has all the hallmarks of research. Just by the scope of work, our team is prescribed to send that data to another agency.
Dale, this is Katie Plum from Angela State. I have a question.
Go ahead, Katie.
Does this research result in the PIs actually synthesizing the data and or publishing on it, or simply passing it through to federal agencies?
No, they have to send the data back to it. So that's part of the scope of work, actually. So part of the research, if there's another aspect to it, was the development and maintenance, of the database for the state program. But the feds have mandated what database is uploaded into, and then those agencies, the Department of State Health Services and the FDA, they actually, through the SINAR survey, this data feeds into the SINAR survey. The SINAR survey is then assessed for the state's effectiveness on its tobacco prevention and control program, and then the monies flow subsequently.
What kind of difference is there between the state and the federal? No,
they're virtually the same.
So we're gonna have a vote on this one, okay? I'm gonna call row, and I need a yes or a no. So Angelo State University?
No.
Lamar University? Midwestern State? Prairie View?
Yes.
Sam Houston State?
No.
Stephen F. Austin?
No.
Sol Ross? Tarleton?
Yes.
A&M International?
Yes.
A&M Central Texas? A&M Galveston?
Yes.
A&M Commerce? A&M Corpus Christi?
Yes.
A&M Kingsville? A&M San Antonio? A&M Texarkana?
Yes.
Texas Southern? Texas State? Texas Tech? Texas Women's?
Yes.
UT Arlington? UT Brownsville? UT Dallas?
Yes.
I'm sorry, was that Brownsville?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. UT Dallas?
Yes.
UT El Paso? UT San Antonio?
Yes, sir.
UT Tyler? UT Permian Basin? UT Pan Am?
Yes.
University of Houston?
No.
Houston Clear Lake? Houston Downtown? Houston Victoria? University of North Texas? University of North Texas at Dallas? West Texas A&M?
Yes.
Okay, the yeses have it. So those two. Both of those.
Next project is,
Hey, Mike.
Yes.
Is one of these a trip?
no.
Project? No, you
Well,
got-
one that I have is a trip.
It's on this list?
Yes, it is.
Why don't you point that out real quick?
Sure, that should be relatively easy. It's a research project that our Houston toad expert has gotten into in Cambodia. The trip match is from Cargill, Margaret A. Cargill Foundation. It's 19849. 19849. I think so. I have the donor letter, budget, description.
So take that one.
Take that one.
We'll take that one.
Very
Okay.
good.
Your others?
Let's go ahead and do 19848. It's a watershed protection plan. The award is from TCEQ, I guess has passed through from EPA. It's a non-point source implementation grant. What the grant is designed to do is to assess how runoff of total dissolved solvents, nutrients, pesticides, fertilizers, other types of non-point source pollutants affect waterways, primarily the San Marcos River. In order to develop...
Does anyone have any problems with that one?
I don't. I read all the material
Very
beforehand.
good. Thank you.
No, it's fine.
On the phones? Okay.
No.
We'll take the one about non-point as
Right.
research. Okay.
Not lastly, but then we'll move to 19847 NSF award. This is in the area of physics, science, education. And what it's doing is, the title is Communities and Pathways, Cultivating Science Educator Identity for for undergraduates through an inclusive physics learning assistance program and STEM teacher certification alignment. The big idea here is the Learning Assistant Program. It's an educational model that's gaining national interest because of its demonstrated potential for increasing student learning. The research questions are, how can the student experience of being a learning assistant be given a detailed account in terms of the formation and identity through participation in a community of practice? What mechanisms of the learning assistant can make possible the increased participation in physics community of students of underrepresented minorities in STEM? And then how does the physics learning assistance program at Texas State compare with the well-studied programs at Colorado Boulder in terms of conceptual gains and attitudinal shifts for learning assistance? The data sources that we're looking at here are the forced concept inventory, which are pre- and post-test for the learning assistants, the Colorado Learning Attitudes About Science Survey, or CLASS. Again, those are pre- and post-test for learning assistants. Written reflections by the learning assistants related to research readings to teaching practice, written responses to questions, written responses to end-of-semester program feedbacks, video recordings, and video recordings with interviews of the learning assistants. I can go on a little bit. There are certainly publications associated with this.
Any comments on this one?
I don't have any problem with that. In fact, I think we have several that are funded by the same NSF program.
Okay.
And I would note that what the program,
well,
the description says the objectives are is to fund models and strategies, and so I think we should just accept.
We've got that set within this 50.
Very good.
Okay, so can you all, is that a certain CFDA number?
Yes. It's CFDA
47076.
Yeah.
I don't know if everyone would agree, but that.
When we get to the SAM, I want to have a general discussion about CFDAs and.
Well, it's just one of the
question
supporting pieces of
right.
evidence.
Absolutely.
Okay. Last on our list is a project 19845, Stand Up for Veterans. This is a project coming from social work. The bulk of the money, it's a large budget, it's over $400,000 budget. Bulk of the money actually goes to the students recruited into the program. The students themselves actually are taught or trained with new materials and videos that have been developed. The students themselves also engage in research, individual research projects with the veterans and the veteran families that they have been assigned to. And so those veteran families are actually the human subjects of those student projects. But again, the bulk of the money, $360,000, actually goes to the stipends to support the students recruited into the programs.
Comments on this one?
I think it's just 93, but it didn't give a lot of.
I don't think there is a CFDA description with that. No.
Yeah. If it were, it would link to 93 and it'd tell you what agency it is. You're telling us what agency it is right there, though.
Yeah.
You wrote that in.
Yeah, Department of Health. Yeah, I must have got truncated off, or must have got.
But if this is supposed to be a model, I couldn't see what it is and what the publication dissemination aspect of it is.
Well, like I said, there's the bulk of the research is conducted by the students in the program, and so the dissemination comes from those individual projects. The abstract was uploaded. I basically, Manuela, read from the abstract.
This is Katie Plum, if I might interject. The budget you attached is the award spreadsheet from HRSA.
Right.
It has a more specific CFDA number on it, 93.732.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Did y'all catch that? 93.732, if somebody wants to take a look at that. So in terms of the SAM, I think, you know, the main project would fall under 1.3.1 and 1.3.2 under social work research. So we've got curriculum development and then training of individuals in the R&D techniques within the area of social work.
Other comments on this one? I'm not seeing a whole lot of thrill for it.
It's too generic. It's an education and training with no specific discipline, no specific
No, actually it's to develop social workers. I mean, that's at its core what the project is supposed to do, is develop social workers specifically trained to deal with veteran issues. So that's what the project's for.
There's an IRB.
The individual student projects have IRBs associated with them because they're working with the veterans and veteran families. Correct.
So they get a little. The students have a little bit of. They get a little bit of a research experience out of this.
Yeah, and then there's the School of Social Work actually does the evaluation of the program to see how effective the training is.
One all-inclusive ideology here, for me at least, is if there's an IRB study.
Yeah, it has to be research. Right.
It is research.
Right.
The thing is how much of that is, how much of the component is that to the overall project?
Hey, you guys in the room, you got to make sure you push this button.
But
The
the
red light's gotta
project
be on.
directors and principal investigators, do they have IRBs, or just the students doing individual projects?
Just the students in this case. So bulk of the money goes to the students to recruit them into the program. Once they get into the program, they conduct their individual research experiences with the families. That's where the IRBs are associated.
So similarly, didn't we last year or the year before basically blanket approve McNair?
I remember a McNair, but I don't remember the content of the McNair.
The McNair program? Mm-hmm. Because basically,
We take most of the McNairs.
Right.
Yeah.
Because part of it was because they were conducting student projects.
That's what it
for
was,
research.
bring the students in and then enable the student research. I mean, that's essentially what this is.
Yeah, but the purpose of the McNair program is actually to train students in research, and the purpose of this one is to develop social workers.
Through experience in their discipline and through research experiences in their discipline.
Any objections on this one?
Just one other question,
yes.
if I may.
Okay.
Is there a component of this where the student is working with faculty or a small group of faculty
Absolutely.
to develop the research skills?
Absolutely.
And that being...
That's where each of the IRBs would come from. The individual IRBs that the students submit would be submitted through or with a faculty sponsor. And these are master level students. I forgot to mention that. Masters in social work, clinical study students.
Any other comments, objections on this one? Do we want to vote it? Want to vote? Vote. On the phone? Any questions?
Nope.
I think we'll vote this one real quick, okay? So, Angelo State.
I'm going to have to abstain.
Okay. Lamar? Midwestern? Prairie View?
Yes.
Sam Houston?
Yes.
Stephen F. Austin?
Abstain.
Sol Ross? Tarleton?
Yes.
A&M International,
Abstain.
A&M Central Texas, A&M Galveston,
Abstain.
A&M Commerce, A&M Corpus Christi,
Yes.
A&M Kingsville,
Yes.
A&M San Antonio, A&M Texarkana,
Yes.
Texas Southern, Texas State, Texas Tech, Texas Women's,
Yes.
UT Arlington,
Yes.
UT Brownsville,
Yes.
UT Dallas,
Yes.
UT El Paso, UT San Antonio,
Yes.
UT Tyler, UT Permian Basin, UT Pan Am,
Yes.
University of Houston, Houston Clear Lake, Houston Downtown, Houston Victoria, University of North Texas, University of North Texas at Dallas, West Texas A&M University,
No.
Okay, we'll take that one as research.
Thank you.
Mike, that's it for you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We're going to go on to University of Texas at El Paso. Okay. You can take what order you want.
Department of Education, using green energy, engineering, education, the title and the CFDA.
Do I have to start all over again? Oh, okay. The first project, although the title and the CFDA are not quite indicative of the research itself, I would like to bring up the upload, the abstract. Yes. Okay. I read the whole proposal again, and the project description is the 22 pages that are attached. It's very indicative of research itself. We're lucky we even got this from the Department of Education. So best I could do on the project description is just show you the project management plan. It's basically the same fundamental. They're working with Drexel University in partnership to create a different learning environment through actual hands-on training and research projects in the green energies and many words I can't even pronounce, which makes them very engineering and science heavy. On the UTEP routing form, again, this project is designed to integrate green energy in manufacturing courses using an information technology-based real-world problem-solving focused education strategy in a new manufacturing engineering curriculum. So there's definitely new curriculum development to encompass all of these new energy fields. The project will train Hispanic and female students to be on the forefront of emerging technologies as engineer technology in one of the most promising fields of first half of the 21st century. It's basically the same abstract, just a little abstract. First, green energy manufacturing is a complex and technology concentrated set of processes. Therefore, it is required for a very specialized and experienced workforce. And we are proposing to develop this workforce through hands-on training, educational training, and research. Okay, it makes more sense when you read the 22-page abstract. I hope we all had the opportunity to read it, but this is educational research at best.
Scroll down in the abstract, please. Just
and then, of course, there is an evaluation component to it that requires us to keep data on the new curriculum and the student outcomes and the impacts, and then publication requirements.
Any comments on this one so far? No? Okay.
One thing I did have a question about, and it seemed like, Manuela, you uploaded abstracts that were prepared separate from the proposals. Is that correct?
In some cases. In this one, I felt that the written abstract that we use for our internal routing form, which is the first basis where the coding begins, the rationale of is it research, is it outreach, or instruction. So we have our internal routing form that has the abstract, and that's supposed to be used for publications, right? So I determined at that point to be research with the help, of course, of the PI. And then it got awarded and it got questioned. So at that point then I repeated the internal routing form abstract and then went into the project itself to see substantiating documentation or write-ups as to why was this coded research, so I can defend it or show what I've seen to support the rationale of research. And again, if you look at the other information,
yeah, I don't really have a question about this one. I just really had a question about
the dual.
What kind of abstract was supposed to be uploaded. So, Dale, maybe that's something we could talk about aside from this.
Yeah, we're new at this year, and so we didn't really know how to go about putting this together. An abstract budget and some other document. It seems like we've done that in the past at some point, and so that's what we started with. You put some requirements on what you put in the abstract slot and the budget slot. You know, does it have to come from the actual proposal? Some things don't come with an abstract, you know. So, what do you put there or not put there? Do you put it in other? You know, we're going to have to kind of smooth that out before next time. All right, we'll take that one's research. Next.
I'm sorry. I had a question.
Okay.
Workforce development training we don't ever include as restricted research. Curriculum development we do. When you develop the new curriculum, you study the curriculum, the results, you come back, you refine the curriculum, and you put out a new product. Is that anywhere in this project with the new curriculum that's being done, or is it just curriculum developed for workforce development?
No, it is specific to the green energy and other energy components. It's not. Workforce development was more or less a thought to sell the program also to the federal agency to fund it. Okay, we are in the business of creating researchers and workforce. I mean, the better we train them, the more valuable they are in the workforce, whether they are in the workforce as a trainer or teacher or an engineer. You know, the main focus is that energy and curriculum development to keep up with the 21st century and produce these new workforce to be able to handle the demands of the 21st century in engineering, in green engineering. So it's almost a byproduct.
Can we see the abstract again?
The 22-pager?
Only saw a couple paragraphs.
Yeah, that was the published on the transmittal or routing form, and I did not know where to cut it off, the 22-pager. It was such a beautiful written document. Plus, it had a lot of engineering stuff, the different research projects that are going to be incorporated into the new curriculum.
You offer courses for credit.
Courses for credit, eventually, yes.
Would you scroll down again, please? Because I think the key part's that last sentence on the first page and then the next paragraph.
Question. Make a quick comment, maybe question. This is my first time attending this meeting, so I might be a little bit off. If we identify the research question and the research methodology before we start the discussion, it might help with everybody. I mean, right now I'm kind of seeing some training, some maybe data collection over here, but actually what's the research question, what's being studied, and what is it that the understanding of the subject matter will be enhanced by doing that. I think if that's clarified, it'll be very easy to say, well, yeah, that's research or that's not research. I mean, not just this one, but like I said, it's my first time, so
sure. And some of them, it's not so easy to go in there and see that. Sometimes it doesn't just pop out at you, and some of these are on the line, and that's why we're
here to ask them.
Yeah, but I mean, what's being studied if verbally presented to this group? You know, here's the research question, what's the effectiveness of a certain methodology, and you compare, look at the difference, there's enhancement, so there's a research activity there. Again, not just particular for this one, but...
It sounds like it's 1.3.2, training of engineer students in new areas of green manufacturing.
The combination.
And we're going to start seeing a lot of these guys coming up in the future. There's going to be all these efforts for STEM education.
And not only
can we agree on that one? Are we agreed on that one?
Similar.
Yeah.
On phones, any comments?
No.
Research. We're good, Dale.
Well,
It is under 1.3.2. If it's for training, it can be research.
It is a combination of, nothing is clear cut in here, all right? But if you look at the whole picture, it encompasses everything. It has a question. Again, I can't translate a PhD engineer's into a concise statement. That's why in this case I used the 22-page abstract. If there's any questions regarding what is to be researched, the research question, okay? Plus the fact that he had to have approval to develop new curriculum, plus that, you know, these things have to be studied. The study itself is embedded in there because there's the national shortage is addressed and so on and so forth. And the impact measures afterwards, you know, there's so many aspects of research embedded into this one program that to me, having gone through the whole thing, it's clearly research.
I think it is 1.3.1 because you're trying to build a new curriculum for this green energy type program, and then you want to incorporate that into research activities, and so I think you're analyzing then that curriculum on how it incorporates into the education component.
Well spoken.
I think we have to be real careful about that, or we get caught approving every single curriculum development project there is. The criteria that we've always held was that we had to show that we were developing and in testing the model with data collection, evaluation, dissemination, and publication clearly spelled out and demonstrated to the panel. So So that's.
I refer to the 22 pages that's in there.
Again, if I may, one other comment I have is that I noticed in the abstract, and it may be that this is a collection of activities, is that at the very top, when it talks about research design, it mentions experimental or experiment design. And then at the bottom of the first page there, it talks about mixed methods research design. Are you using both?
I think it's all of the above, sir, because they're
it's a collection of, I guess, researchers involved in this, and that's
Absolutely.
why we see that?
Yes.
Okay.
Because
fine.
it's also interdisciplinary.
Okay. That's fine, because it just kind of came across as though...
Contradictory?
Yes. We were doing some of all of that. So.
Well, the awards that do get questioned are multi-component awards. And so that's why they get questioned to a large extent. And so what we've referred to in the past is there the greater majority of the project associated with research. And we've looked at budget, and we've looked at other indicators to give us that.
And again, it's the distinction between project and program evaluation, which every project should have, and these other elements that we've outlined. So,
yeah.
Well, I think they're being encouraged through the STEM areas to come up with new ways to incorporate these. So I think it's pretty common that we see a lot of educational research going on in these kinds of areas. And somebody's got to test them and get them incorporated.
But I think
it's right on.
Going forward, after those STEM-related fields is okay, but you have to have a research methodology that compares before and after, and then basically says there's this conclusive, results that statistically the second method is much better than the first one. Then there's a pedagogical research in there. So just implementing something in common sense, saying that it's going to help everybody, so that's good. But that's not research. That's my.
No, but I think I saw down in this abstract where it talks about evaluation and evaluating the benefit of this program.
You're right. It was in there, but it talked about, as an example, experiment design, and then in the evaluation it talked about formative and summative.
Well, I think it is common practice, too, when you have a new curriculum and you implement it, that you test the impacts, and have a study on what are the broader impacts. And in today's environment of reporting all your data and stuff like that, so it's an inherent research by itself.
Evaluation doesn't necessarily equate to research, though. I think that in the past...
I agree with you.
Yeah.
I don't think that the majority of this project is evaluating the outcomes. The majority of this program is 1.1.3. We are taking students and we are educating them by providing them bench, and it says that in that 22-pager, right, to study these very different disciplines within the green energy areas. So with hands-on training experience, so they can go then out and become part of the workforce, either as researchers or whatever. And then based on those findings and stuff, they're going to also write the new curriculum to make sure that they can teach what they are learning through that process.
I think that in the past, when we've really struggled with a project, we've kind of defaulted to the 51% rule. 51% of the budget has to be for restricted research. Can we show that with this, that 51% of the budget on this project is research related?
If you go, I uploaded the budget. So
yeah, but unless they budget separately for each function, it's hard to look at a budget and say, oh, a third of that personnel category is all for research.
I was just hoping that would be an out.
Well, both Mandela and Zhang are researchers in RIME's Research Information Manufacturing Center or something like that. And then we have a graduate student and undergraduate students, and the majority goes to the graduate students. And then we have a subcontract with Drexel University. So we have one stipend for participation in research activities and mentorship. So $775,000, $170,000 a year, of which $40,000 is being subcontracted out. $40,000 is I would say definitely more than 51% is research related.
Do you want to take a vote on this one?
Call the vote.
Let's do a vote. So, Angelo State,
Abstain.
Lamar, Midwestern, Prairie View,
Yes.
Sam Houston,
Yes.
Stephen F. Austin, Stephen F. Austin,
Stephen F. Austin is thinking. I'm ambivalent, so I'm going to abstain.
So Ross, Tarleton,
I'll say yes, but I do believe that a 22-page abstract is not presenting your case well.
It's not.
No. A&M International,
Abstain.
A&M Central Texas,
I couldn't.
A&M Galveston,
Abstain.
A&M Commerce, A&M Corpus Christi,
But I appreciate your
Abstain.
A&M Kingsville,
Abstain.
A&M San Antonio, A&M Texarkana,
Yes.
Texas Southern, Texas State, Texas Tech, Texas Women's,
Abstain.
UT Arlington,
Yes.
UT Brownsville,
No.
UT Dallas,
No.
UT El Paso,
I think I would say yes.
UT San Antonio,
No.
UT Tyler, UT Permian Basin, UT Pan Am,
Yes.
University of Houston, Houston Clear Lake,
No.
Houston Downtown, Houston Victoria, University of North Texas,
Yes.
University of North Texas Dallas,
Yes.
West Texas A&M University,
Abstain.
Did we determine what kind of voting we were going to count? Because some of these are going to come close. So you want to do strict or simple majority? If you abstain, is it going to be a no? Do we count it as a no? We'll do
They don't count at all.
we'll do a simple majority. So we're just counting yeses and nos. No, we're not counting abstentions as nos. So that one will take as research. Next one, Manuela.
Thank you. Next one on the list would be 2772. It happened to me between every upload too. Yeah, CyberShare. It's a continuation of, if you go to the abstract, I got the prior number. It's phase 2 of a prior 5-year program that was approved. And did I upload the wrong? That's not the abstract for CyberShare, is it?
Skip. I think it's the next one, isn't it? Yeah, go to the next one, Ernest.
National Science Foundation.
Number 2.
Yeah, the CREST phase 1 was approved under 8049, and This is phase 2. So it's a new award. I didn't know. Remember, I called you and asked, do I submit renewals of prior approved or?
Like a continuation or?
Yeah, it's phase 2. No, a cyber share, center of excellence for computing, computer engineering, to provide cyber infrastructure. Well, here's the abstract. Diversity to drive, create an innovation. It's education training, research training. That's what I want to say. Computational sciences and technological sciences. There's the abstract. I'm sorry I did not. I was so busy uploading I didn't read half of that stuff. Yeah. And again, it has collaborative partners.
Go to the next page.
I wrote down, yeah.
Agree with that.
Y'all good with this one? All right, we'll take that one as research.
Facilities. I think it's 1.3.1, another curriculum.
It's more than that, though. But I'm not going to argue, right?
Yeah.
Where's the collaborative research development and the innovation of the barrel? Oh.
Taking them not necessarily.
This one, number 1, is where it says National Science Foundation. Number 1 is project number 20772. The wrong agency was identified. It is not the National Science Foundation. It's the Fish and Wildlife. I have the correct information again in my uploads. Okay, the wrong federal agency, CFDA, was identified. The prime is actually the Fish and Wildlife Services, Wildlife and Sports Fish Restoration Program, CFDA 15688. Coast Impact Assistance Program. And that money traveled so far, I lost track. It went from the wildlife to the state of Alaska, from the state of Alaska to UMAC and a couple others, and then from UMAC, we got a subcontract to UTEP to do the GPS something or another, and database information, where we have to go out into the straight up on the North Pole in Alaska and do research data now and then data analysis and upgrade the equipment so for scientific research and so on and so forth. So just wanted to explain some of these words I couldn't read either. Yumiak, Nuna.
Questions on this one? No questions? Take that one.
Thank you. Okay, on the next project, number 2787, again from the Department of Education, for graduate assistance in areas of national need, the GAN program. It is 100% stipends for graduate students in the doctoral track to in mechanical engineering to work on research projects to finish their doctoral program. And each student has to have a research project in the various disciplines defined within in mechanical engineering. It's like propulsion, jet propulsion, and other resources. And in the abstract, it's defined.
I see the abstract.
low carbon energy. Energy technology innovation, set up new technology business, and bring jobs to economic disadvantaged southwest border region. Oh yeah, there is matching too from the department itself.
Y'all want to hear more on this one?
Yeah.
We'll take that one as research.
Now, the next one would be under Dr. Teller, Stampede, UT Austin, Stampede. This is project number 20796. And NSF Stampede is cute, but it doesn't say anything, so I again would like to go to the abstract. All right, is the title that was submitted through, we're a subcontractor to UT Austin, and UT Austin applied to NSF, enabling, enhancing, and extending petascale computing for science and engineering. Project description, this is actually of the application, page 4 of 7 of the narrative, all right? And I highlighted in yellow. In concert with XD Shared Services Project and in collaboration with campus collaboration across the country, the project will develop new expertise and technique in computational and data-driven science, enabling 1,000 plus projects to advance knowledge in their field. The awardee will ensure that Stampede is available to the research community in 2013, and that is the overall. I got that from page 4 of 7, and then if you scroll down, UTEP's portion, okay, is that we will work with the operations team to ensure successful support for computer science and research on the system, a frequent criticism of large-scale product. Somehow bring a group's essential expertise, technology, insert efforts in Stampede project. Dr. Teller as our team will be users of the system and will work with the operations team to ensure successful support in computer science research on the system. Somewhere along the line, it is she has to do some kind of calculations and improvement of the current, they're changing from one system to a new system, TAC does, right? And
I think it's research.
It is research.
Any concerns on this one? All right, we'll take that one.
Yeah. Thank you. I struggled so much. This one is Elsevier, project number 20801. And again, I would like to defer to the abstract. All right. It is a capacity building for preparation teacher engineer for the 21st century. And I would like to refer back to UT San Marcos, project number 19847. It's the same principle, okay? That is actually Texas State University. You know, shame on me. I'm just lucky my glasses are working part way. Sorry, Michael. Okay, so anyway, it's to establish infrastructure and partnership with implementing a future noise teacher scholarship. It's adding the engineering component to an existing noise program that takes care of the science and the math portion. And we're providing research training to teachers mentored by university students to become better teachers in these disciplines through hands-on research.
Questions on this one? All right.
And it definitely falls within that NSF cluster.
University of North Texas. Did we miss one? I don't think so. We did. We kind of skipped around.
We weren't supposed to.
I don't think we did.
No, I think we got them all.
abstract that didn't, the award amount in the abstract was a little higher or was it lower? I can't remember which.
El Paso?
Look at it.
20783, $5 million.
Yeah, it's for 4.
Can I look at that particular one? Restricted research questionable.
Yeah.
I can't see. It's just too small.
I think it's CyberShares, the
Go back
only one
up.
in that volume.
It's up higher. Scroll up a little higher. Is the third one?
0783, yeah, number 3.
Number 3, yeah, that's the CyberShare one.
Bring up
that we
the
agreed
abstract
upon.
on that one.
Yeah, we looked at that.
Okay, close that. The second one? Number 2, the one above cyber. That one there, abstract. Make a note that that's actually Fish and Wildlife Service. I don't know.
And the right CFDA number, it's...
And it's 1.6 million.
Yeah, this one is a little difficult. Again, the money has traveled far. The whole award from the state of Alaska to whatever was 1.6 million. UTEP is only going to get that 600 and some odd thousand that I claimed.
Add that as a note later on. You don't have to do it now.
See the abstract, I didn't manipulate the abstract from the PI. Or from the prime award. So now I'm really off the hook?
That's it.
Off?
Well, I think Christy's going to need the microphone.
Okay, the first one is 20149. Yeah, with Rodney Nielsen. That is Department of Education. The CFDA number is 84.305. And the purpose of that money is to develop and distribute scientifically valid research, evaluation, and data collection that support learning and improve academic achievement. And so this program, if you go to the abstract, or I'm not sure if they put it, oh, she did it all under abstract. As you can see, it's developing a model of called comprehension seeding. And they have the theoretical and the practical context. That's the CFDA. Oh, she did them all in the same one. Keep scrolling. Yeah, here you go. There was an abstract with this since it's Department of Education. Why don't you go to page 4 under 1.2. One more page. Yeah, right there where I've highlighted it. This is developing modeling to develop the comprehension seeding system, a system that integrates the most significant aspects of these theories to attain learning gains that are greater than the
Is there enough
average
support
one.
there for research?
Yeah.
Any question on that one? Okay, we'll take that one, Ernest.
Thank you. Let's see, the next one is 741. Oh no, 158. Okay, this one is a under 1.3.1, the modeling of curriculum and it's developing a new PhD program for cyber security. And so, let's see, if you go to, it is computer science, and it falls under the CFDA number, I think 47076.
Yeah, it shows right there.
Which is to develop, let me see, if you go to the objectives, are on page 1.
Go there, bring abstract up.
Yeah, it's easier if you just kind of read through there. On page 9 is the program evaluation and improvement. Then there is 5.1 is retention, and 5.2 is sustainability of the program. It's a coordination between the College of Engineering, the College of Business, and the College of Information to all come together and create a PhD program. And on page 13, number 8 is the dissemination activities. What do you think?
Questions for Christy? Okay, let's take that one.
Okay, 20167. And that is NSF, the CFDA's 47075, which is to contribute to the scientific strength and welfare of the nation through the promotion of basic research and education in social, behavioral, and economic sciences. This is actually a continuation of the Miranda Wright study that Dr. Rogers been doing. This is like the second 3-year process, and we approved the first one.
Okay, we're fine with this one. So.
And 20185. Okay, says the National Endowments of the Humanities, but actually the Humanities and NSF went in together and funded this together. And so we actually submitted it like it was NSF, but it came in, the award was from NEH. So it was the first one I'd ever had that way. But the purpose of it is to research and document endangered languages. And this one is Dr. Montler, who has been studying and researching this for 20 years. And it takes him over to the country with graduate students to interview the folks in this small village that is trying to preserve this language and document it. It's similar to another one that I had last year for language research, which was approved.
What country?
All right, we'll take that one.
It is the Northern Straits.
Oh, that's Inuit. Oh.
Yeah. It says it's spoken fluently as a first language by only a small number of elders living on southern Vancouver Island in British Columbia, Canada. It's the Klallam language program he's involved in. Okay.
No questions.
Next.
Okay. 20178. And this is actually a program from the coordinating board. And if you look at the abstract on this one, it's another curriculum development one. And it's talking about developing a early academic success model for minority males to become licensed physical therapists. And there's going to be a 2-year college cohort that will meet, and they will follow and track these cohorts to see if they're able to help develop physical therapists. Yeah, under the project scope and goals, it indicates it has the potential to create a model that can be scaled with professional allied health programs.
Christy, I was looking for the data dissemination and publication aspect of this one. I didn't see that.
The home department. It's education, teacher education administration. She's in the College of Education, Dr. Keller, Jean Keller. And if you go to the goals, goal 3 is to create an early economic model that can be replicated and scaled. Well, they're working with Tarrant County College and the University of North Texas Health Science Center. True Care Solutions, Allied Health Professionals is who will be working with physical therapy and health professions.
Is there an indication of how it will be disseminated or published? Is there anything about that?
I'm not finding that here.
Typical College of Ed type program. I mean, we see so many of these types of programs, and typically there's a tenured track faculty member or a tenured track faculty member in the College of Ed, and they've linked a significant portion of their time and effort to it. Publications generally result.
Yeah, will be a focus of that. I think that's all I got, is this narrative here.
Any concerns on this one? What do you think about it?
Is there a specific research activity in it, I mean, that we can look at? Or if that PDF is something that you can search, can you search for the word research, but it could be just scanned and it might not allow you to search for it?
Okay, here in Goal 1, it talks about the first goal is to increase African American awareness, and they will put that on Facebook, Twitter. And Goal 2 is increase the number of African American male students who matriculate to 2-year to 4-year institutions. And then to create.
So those students are the subjects, basically, right? You're going to track that cohort of students. And then something is going to be said about those students. They either stayed in the program and matriculated through, or there was some decision not to.
And those will be determined through the teams from the 3 entities.
Methodology.
I'm not seeing a clear path of the dissemination. But it does say that Tarrant County will be collecting student data and sharing it with the AHP coordinator. I think if there was, that's all I can say on that one. I wondered if some of the other schools have the same kind of program or similar to it under this program.
Some of them are in smaller amounts, Christy, too, so they might not come through this.
Oh, I see.
I think we have one other one.
And so in that case, if you're going to be tracking that cohort, I'll go back to Jeremy's comment and question earlier about IRB, right? I mean, are those students the subjects of the research?
And I don't have that IRB.
Oh, here's a place right here. It says a manuscript will be prepared to disseminate
Okay.
through the Journal of Physical
Journal of
Therapy.
Physical Therapy Education. And sustainability. Oh, there's more there than what I have.
Actually, when we searched the word research, it kind of read like the program, the methodology was designed based on existing research findings so that the results can be compared back to it. It kind of implies like that.
Evaluation
but it's
of
not
the
really
model.
Explicitly stated,
Right.
but it still feels like the methodology is designed based on research findings prior, and then they're going to follow up and disseminate what they've so they're going to link it back to that prior research, but it's not explicit. Again, it's my interpretation.
Any questions on this one? We want to take it or vote it? Want to vote it? Vote. We'll vote it.
Do we need to vote it? No?
Someone gave me a nod, so
Okay.
I mean, it's just.
I missed it.
We didn't do the previous one.
That what's the deal on that one, Christy? Is that one the one you want to withdraw?
20188. That was one I considered withdrawing. But after I read it further, I thought I would like to have some discussion about it to get your input on it.
Okay, we'll
That's my last one, I think.
We'll vote the second one, and then we'll vote the one from THECB right now. So on that one, we'll go to Angelo.
Dale, this is Katie. I hate to abstain again, but I have to. We're going to have to come up later on today, I think, with some better parameters for these types of projects. So I'm abstaining.
Okay. Lamar. Midwestern. Prairie View.
Yes.
Sam Houston.
Yes.
Stephen F. Austin.
Yes.
Sol Ross. Tarleton.
Yes.
A&M International.
No.
A&M Central Texas. A&M Galveston.
No.
A&M Commerce. A&M Corpus Christi.
Yes.
A&M Kingsville.
Abstain.
A&M San Antonio. A&M Texarkana.
Yes.
Texas Southern. Texas State.
Yes.
Texas Tech.
Yes.
Texas Women's.
No.
University of Texas Arlington.
Yes.
UT Brownsville.
That's 5 votes right there.
I've seen that on ESPN.
Is UT Brownsville still out there?
Yes.
Yes. Yes, you're there, or yes to the vote?
Yes to both.
UT Dallas?
Yes.
UT El Paso,
Yes.
UT at San Antonio,
Yes.
UT Tyler, UT Permian Basin, UT Pan Am,
Yes.
University of Houston, Houston Clear Lake,
No.
Houston Downtown, Houston Victoria, University of North Texas,
Yes.
University of North Texas at Dallas,
Yes.
West Texas A&M.
Yes.
All right. We'll take that one. Yeah. Now, Chris, do you want to ask questions on that one, or you what do you
Well,
want
I'd like for us just to look at it a second. This is a partnership with Pakistan, and it's to, if you'll go to the abstract, there are 5 areas they're going to work together in. Faculty,
Christy, you didn't send us one on that because I think you had in mind that you were going to withdraw it. So
so I didn't send it.
So you didn't
I thought
upload
she
one.
uploaded it anyway.
What's the number?
It's 20188. Oh, she didn't do anything on that one. Oh, sorry. Okay, well, it's a long-term partnership with the National University of Modern Languages in Islamabad in the areas of faculty development and collaborative research, curriculum development, research materials, journals, publications, and graduate student training and research. And so they're just starting to get together and work on doing collaborative research, but it's going to cover all kinds of areas. They're going to do curriculum development for composition and rhetoric. They're going to do curriculum development for undergraduate literature courses, graduate curriculum for literature and linguistics, then curriculum development for research methods, curriculum development for pedagogy, learning and applying literary theory. So these are mainly people from both areas will be working together, but it includes a lot of coming together, cultural events, getting together to meet. So this is the first agreement of this partnership between it, but these are the goals that they will be doing.
Who's the sponsor?
These curriculum development discussions, I mean, like I said, the SAM's pretty clear. You know, unless you have and you can articulate the specific data collection and the evaluation. I mean, the dissemination part we know will sort of typically happen. Right? I focus less on that, but what's the data and what's the evaluation of the curriculum? I mean, it's clear there's curriculum development. It's clear it's collaborative, right?
It's collaborative curriculum development.
But I think when we get into these curriculum development, you know, what is the data specifically, and how is it being evaluated?
It's going to provide travel support for graduate students to go back and forth between Pakistan. It will be to help them as part of culminating their thesis. These graduate students are going to be paired with volunteer UNT faculty and student mentors, and they will be given research fellowships. They're going to develop a resource center around this, a writing center. I would have liked to have seen a little more advanced in detail on the actual dissemination.
But
sometimes
I would also
it's the
say,
way they're writing it.
Right. I would also say that it needs to be, I mean, as it says here, it needs to be development of a model, not just development of a curriculum, but development of
I agree.
a model and testing of that model.
Funding agency.
It's,
Sounds like state, right?
yeah, it is. It's with the Department of State. And was there a CFDA on that one?
19.505.
Yeah. Yeah. This really didn't, it doesn't even use the word research.
But you did say there was going to be collaborative research, too, in addition to the curriculum development. So I think you need to look at it and decide, is there more than half research, or is it
The only
more
research
just curriculum
component I
development?
heard was in the area of rhetoric. I'm just not familiar enough to know what that means.
Well, and I think the, 3 of the 4 areas, well, there's faculty development, collaborative research, curriculum development, research materials, journals, publications, and graduate student training. So there's curriculum development as well as graduate training for these students for 1.3.2 and publications. So 3 of those 4 areas are related to research, being the purpose of this project.
But I'd like to point out that in 1.3.2, that training of individuals in R&D counts as restricted research only if such activities are not included in the instructional function. So if it's just part of your standard coursework, that doesn't include it.
But of course, if it's part of their coursework, they're going to be in the lab, and that's part of their coursework. So that's where I'm confused, is if it's not in the instruction function.
But what other
How can it not be in the instruction function when they're going to class and they're getting the training, in the lab? So I kind of got confused there. Yes, I know it's instruction.
Which laboratory? I mean, all I've got right now from a discipline standpoint, Christy, is rhetoric.
I shouldn't have said laboratory. It just says same facilities that other R&D activities are taking place. And so if you're looking at social behavior and English and that type of area, a laboratory is not where that research would be going on particularly. That's going to be a mentor relationship and working with them.
I think the countries where they're going to is the laboratory in itself, because you're rebuilding total relationships in the cultural and whatever, because we can't teach the same curriculum to Afghanistan and Pakistanians.
Actually, the SAM uses the term facilities.
Dale, this is
Someone on the phones had a comment.
Can I make a comment?
Go ahead.
I was going to suggest, could we possibly table the discussion of this until the abstract is loaded, perhaps later today? Would that be possible?
Christy, have you got the abstract with you?
Yes.
Got it with you, okay.
Sure do. You just want me to...
Can you give that to Reinhold, and maybe he can go get someone to scan that in? We'll be able to at least put it up there on the screen.
Okay.
So we'll come back to that one. And we'll go, let's see, A&M University, Corpus Christi.
I think that was my last one.
That was your last one? All right.
Now we turn this off. Yeah.
We'll come back to that one, resolve it later.
So I can continue, or?
Go ahead.
Okay, let's start off with 19740, which is a similar source to 19741. In the case of 19740, we are justifying this under 1.14 and 1.44. These are monies that we have received from the City of Corpus Christi to expand, renovate, and equip our research laboratories. The way this works is that they provide us with funds, and we match those funds. So far, we have used these monies to equip our new genomics core facility and what we call our iCore lab, which is a software development lab. So this is basically facilities, laboratory development.
Of existing facilities.
And new.
And new? Because we have we had issues with new construction in the past?
Not new construction. We're
Not new
putting
construction.
instruments. This is not. We're not building. We're putting
Okay.
instruments in.
Okay.
Okay, no
questions.
problems with that one.
Yeah, sorry.
The next one, which is 19741, we're putting under 1.44. These are monies that were provided by the City of Corpus Christi to help A&M capture and develop proposal and activities related to our FAA submission. We are the lead institution for the state of Texas that has submitted a screening information request to become one of 6 national FAA test sites. And the idea of these test sites is to perform research and development needed to eventually bring UAS into the national airspace. Right now, we cannot have, in spite of what people think, we can't have unmanned aircraft systems flying around spying on you wherever they want. So the idea. Now, when we get this funding, they will be able to fly around according to FAA regulations. But what FAA needs is the data on, for example, sense and avoid, loss of link and recovery of link, those kinds of things that are going to be needed before the FAA is going to allow you to do that. So the city has actually contributed. This money is being used, has been used to help prepare the proposal, and also is going to be used to outfit our Coastal Innovation Center with electronics equipment and other equipment needed to conduct this research.
Sounds good.
Questions on this one? No?
We have a very good relationship with the city of Corpus Christi.
Sounds like.
The next one, 19744 is an NSF award, Cyber Defense for High School Students, Veterans, and Teachers. This is CFDA 47076, which is similar to the one that was discussed with the University of North Texas. The purpose of this grant is to develop a national hands-on computer security training program for high schools by developing operating training images with support packages. It'll include a dissemination component, and it has a strong evaluation component, which is actually being run by West Texas A&M University at their research center. So,
any concerns on this one?
That's
Questions?
good.
Okay, take that one.
the next one is McNair, which I thought we'd all pretty much agreed we would allow. It's student research.
Any questions on that?
Well,
I mean,
I think, yeah, there was a question about
the majority of this budget goes for the support of student research.
I know that ours does, but that's what I thought that the why the
what we've been
McNairs
seeing is that
ended
the
up on there
McNairs are
because
starting to be tailored or constructed, not tailored, constructed more towards a research emphasis. So
this is
yeah.
They should follow the same model.
LSAMP, McNair, things of that nature. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
all right, we'll take the McNair.
And 19791, which is the final one, is a continuation, phase 2 of a grant that was funded before. It is an environmental cooperative science center with Florida A&M University in partnership with our university. This is a center which is conducting the kind of research that NOAA supports. In our case, it primarily supports graduate students that are doing their master's and dissertation theses in coastal marine system science and in some cases marine biology. So it pretty much is used for support of graduate student training and research.
No questions on that one? Okay, we'll take that one. And we'll move on to Kingsville.
Okay, the first project is 20712, and this is funded by TCEQ. EPA, and it's for low-impact development as addressing non-point source pollution. It's a collaboration with 17 cities in the valley. It mainly focuses on developing prototypes, collecting data, and evaluating the impact of these low-impact development. Low-impact development is a new science. And again, this is phase 3, so the first 2 phases were approved before, for this. I provided in the things that were uploaded a lot of publications from the student from this current phase, and I can.
Any questions on this one here? Non-point. What did you call it? Low
impact.
Low impact
development.
Okay. So we'll take that one.
The second one is 20724, and this is the funding from the USDA, U.S. Department of Agriculture, and it's mainly for training students using what they called research-based experiential learning. 60% of the budget goes towards that part. Mainly the students are involved in research during the summer. It's all over the year. Just to mention, College of Ag is our best college in terms of attracting external, funding on this one.
Did you say 6 or 60?
60.
60%?
No, 60%. Okay.
So it's almost like an REU.
It's a large REU here where the students also travel to Washington, D.C. to get involved in that experiential learning as well.
Is it only A&M Kingsville students or other
No,
students?
it has several universities, including UT, Pan Am, and, some community colleges that are included in that part as well. It's a large project. Our portion of it is relatively, the $850,000.
Any questions on this one?
No.
All right, we'll take that one.
Okay, I wanna skip to the last one if possible, which is because they are very similar. The 21552. This is also the same experiential-based learning for high school students. So again, the students are brought to the Citrus Center, which is a research facilities. They have internships over the summer. They work with researchers over there. Some teachers also are brought to the program with the intent to continue, as the students go back, I guess in the AP, classes that they can continue the research as well. This project actually now is in a no-cost extension, so I mean it ended up officially in 2012, but
Any concerns on that one?
I think so. I'm not sure why it was brought up right now, but shall I continue or?
Y'all want to dig into that one further? Or? I think we'll.
It is similar, just the focus is high. Even the same language is used, the experiential learning using.
Okay, go on to the next one.
The last one is, this is mainly a grant that's also it's a subcontract from Purdue, and it is research. It addresses research themes that I guess they focus on fungal population shifts, molecular plant responses to environmental stresses, gene expression networks, and so on. It involves graduate students and undergraduate students. I think probably the title of the project was the one that was a little, which is Integrated Management Strategies for Asparagus and Fusarium Ear Rots of Corn. So again, funded by USDA.
Any questions on that one? Want to look at the abstract? We're good. We're good with that one. And we'll go on to UT Dallas.
Hello, everyone. The first one we're going to look at is 19501. Should probably let you know that we've done this in the past. Our prime contract was with BAE. And the Department of the Army re-baselined this, and a new award was made to the current prime for us, which is CGI. So we've done this in the past. It's just a new contract for us because of the new prime. And
We
basically-
looked at this one in 09, and I think we discussed it pretty thoroughly and
Yep.
and accepted it's the first person cultural trainer.
Yes.
Y'all remember that? They're kind of like they're playing war game. It's a big war game
Well,
scenario.
they're designing the war game and then developing them, the architecture.
Developing, yeah. So any questions on that one? So we're good on that one?
Any questions?
We'll take that one. Go to the next one, please.
Okay, and then I uploaded under the, just other information, the gift letter for the Texas Instrument money for TexAce. And as you can see, and I just whited out the other gifts. It was a large gift to the university, but $600,000 was to support research conducted by the Texas Analog Center of Excellence under the direction of Dr. O.
Is this a trip?
I don't know. I can't answer that question. I don't know. It could be.
Questions on this one? I think we're good with this one. I think it's a trip, too.
Yeah, it could be, Dale, because what we're doing is we're tracking the gifts now, through restricted research, but this was one that happened before we started doing that. So
okay.
I just don't know. Okay, so then 19506 is from the Kern Foundation. I loaded the abstract on this, and basically they're doing research on, I guess, what attracts certain people to become principals, and they're using data from Texas. But they believe that the research model that they are able to put together will be able to be used throughout the country.
All right. Any questions on this one? We're good on this one.
Okay. And then the last one is actually a grant to the university from Burroughs Wellcome Foundation for a specific person who's come here to do a fellowship, and it's for research fellowship. He had to be appointed as an assistant professor, and they have to provide him the opportunity to do research at the university.
Okay. No questions on that one? We'll take that one.
Okay, that's it. Thanks very much.
Thank you. So we'll go to UT Pan Am.
Yes. The first one is a RISE award from NIH, and it is designed to recruit students and train them in biomedical and behavioral sciences by engaging them in hands-on research in the laboratory, and also working under the mentorship of a research faculty member. So
Okay.
it's primarily engaging students in research activities.
Questions on this one? You want to see more on this one?
No.
Okay.
The second one is, this is my first time here, but my understanding is that that project was discussed here. This is a sub-award from UT Arlington, and it was approved. TMAC.
When you look at the TMACs from everywhere, we approve about 60% of them for some reason. I don't know why we say no to. Okay.
This is the prime award, and what we agreed to is that is our individual, program income accounts, where they do specific work with companies. That's separate from the federal award. Those individual contracts may have statements of work that are not research. Account for those separately.
Yeah,
this is the main program.
Yeah.
Okay. Questions on that one? We'll take that one.
The next one is Advance from NSF. It is primarily a sociology project where the institution is looking at policies and procedures and environment that impacts encouraging women into STEM discipline, into leadership positions, and then assessing that. They have an IRB application there, and they also provide summer seed research funding to women STEM faculty members to conduct research so that they can better develop their career and advance it further.
Concerns on that one? You'll take that one?
The last one is a Howard Hughes Medical Institute. It is very similar to RISE, again, preparing students through hands-on research experience in collaboration with the Edinburgh Regional Academic Health Science Center, as well as our campus, where students are hands-on conducting research so that they can pursue MD or PhD or PhD in psychology or maybe perhaps biology and chemistry and STEM disciplines.
Did anyone have a specific question on this one?
Bridges?
No.
No question.
All right, we'll take that one.
Thank you.
And we'll go on to Texas Tech University.
Got to hear about this one, Catherine.
Turn this on. I uploaded, for the first two, I uploaded the abstract, the budget, and then under the other, I uploaded a document that basically presents the basic information. So if you want to upload if you want to look at the what's under other there. The first one is an award from here. Okay, the first one is an award from the U.S. Department of Education for East Lubbock Promise Neighborhood. This is, I believe it qualifies under criterion 1.3.1, and it is a curriculum development project that is developing and testing an instructional model through research methodologies. I've uploaded also the funding announcement, and you'll see in that the capacity building track funds innovative and creative projects which lead to an increase in the ability of United States higher education enterprise to produce information. Oh, I'm sorry. My gosh, I'm reading the wrong one. Forget that. Okay, same thing though, 1.3.1. And the funding program there is carried out under the authority of the Fund for the Improvement of Education, which supports nationally significant programs to improve the quality of elementary and secondary education. You can read on through that. The guidelines specifically require applicants to have developed a strategy to build a continuum of solutions that include high-quality learning programs and services and ambitious, rigorous, and comprehensive education reforms. The applicant is further required to describe how it collected and analyzed data to develop its continuum of solutions or model, and the guidelines also require extensive data collection and reporting as part of the project. Then I describe what the educational model is. The proposal goes into detail about how the people from our College of Education met with education leaders in Lubbock to develop a model that they call CLASS, Community Learning and Academic Solutions School. And the idea is that through this model that will actually be implemented in 4 schools in the East Lubbock neighborhood, that the community there will be transformed through this transformation of the schools. There is an extensive data collection and evaluation component to this. Our institute, our Information Technology Division of the university, this is, I think, the first time this has happened. They have accepted responsibility for the collecting the information. They're developing a whole system specifically for this. Over $400,000 in federally funded direct costs in the first year are actually going to go to our IT division to set up this data collection and data analysis and reporting. There is an IRB protocol that's under review today. So,
This is 2,900 project.
The first year is $4 million. It's a 5-year project. If it's funded for the entire period, it's going to be. Yeah. Well, 5 years. Yeah.
Well done.
Yeah. It's a huge undertaking. What they're really looking at are things that correlate with success, and we'll see if you can really put it together and make a complete change in this. By changing the schools, you can change this entire neighborhood. Yeah, right, the comprehensive school, yeah. So I think they only funded like maybe 7 nationwide, something like that. Yeah. We okay?
Any other questions on that one? We'll take that one.
Okay, the second one, I think, is the cyber education one, correct? And this is funded out of the same CFDA number that we've talked about before. Several other people had cyber education ones. This is an undergraduate cyber education curriculum. It's funded, the program announcement for that one, it's funded out of the capacity building track part of that program announcement, which funds innovative and creative projects which lead to an increase in the ability of the United States higher education enterprise to produce information assurance and cybersecurity professionals. So what's going to be different about this curriculum is that it's multidisciplinary, not just coming from computer science, and that we've got people from electrical and computer engineering, mechanical engineering, and law all working together on this. There is an evaluation component. The only faculty members who are going to be receiving compensation as part of this are the ones who are doing the evaluation. And there is, as stated in the abstract and in 2 pages of the proposal, the results will be disseminated in conferences and journals of the collaborating disciplines of the project, as well as in forums for educational research results, such as the American Society for Engineering Education Annual Conference and the Frontiers in Education Conference. So.
Questions on that one? We like that one? Bill?
Bill, can I ask a general question, just real quick? Has there ever been a case with an NSF grant that was found to be not research in this group?
Yes.
Yeah? Several, okay. Because part of the engineering panels that I've done, there's intellectual merit that looks into research. So I kind of thought if there's an NSF component, that's more likely to be research, but you're saying it's sometimes cases.
Some of those that are scholarship programs.
Scholarship. That's them, yeah.
Scholarship. Yeah, Noise Scholars.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. The third one is a gift, and so I could not upload very much from that, but I believe it meets the criteria 1.2.2, which requires that it's a gift provided by an external entity, and it is budgeted through our system, more than half of it for research. So what I did upload there is some evidence of that. I could not upload the donor agreement because that's considered a confidential document. However, that donor agreement does indicate that the donation is for the benefit of the Department of Petroleum Engineering at the university. So the funds are restricted to that department. I did upload the budget document that shows the funds are budgeted through our budgeting system, and the projected percentage that's expected to be research related is 100%. That document is signed by the Dean of the College of Engineering, and it's also signed by me, who I reviewed the donor agreement and also am signing off that the Dean has signed it. So that is there. There's also a copy of our procedures
Questions on
demonstrating
this?
that we do have a
Questions on this
procedure
one?
for that.
We'll take this one.
Okay.
And we'll go on to UT San Antonio.
Good morning, everyone. Our first award that I'd like to discuss is funded by the International Center for Nanotechnology and Advanced Materials. That's actually funded by Centro de Materials Avanzados in Mexico. This project involves several activities with UT system institutions as well as universities in Latin America. What they do is bring these parties together and talk about research projects in nanoparticles, nanowires, and nanorods. Research will be primarily focused on the materials chemistry of nanoscale structures, nanoparticles for applications in different fields such as catalysts, fuel cells, medical, home care products, etc. The budget includes funding for a research fellow as well as some funds for using the TEM microscope. I think it's budgeted.
Noah, hang on. I'm going to see if there's any questions on this one at this
TEM
point.
microscope.
No questions? Noah, you can go to the next one.
Okay. Next one is also a MBRS RISE program. Undergraduate and graduate research training in biomedical and behavioral research. I think this was passed previously for another institution.
Has anyone else got a RISE? A RISE award?
Anyone else got a RISE? A RISE award? Anyone else got a RISE? A RISE award? Anyone else got a RISE?
Any questions on this one?
Any questions on this one?
All right, let's take that one. Okay, Noah, go to your last one.
Okay. The last one is a building a healthy temple faith-based obesity and diabetes prevention program currently funded by the Baptist Health Foundation of San Antonio. This project has an IRB approval, current IRB approval. Data will be collected and analyzed. Basically, what this is a faith-based community participatory research project preventing childhood obesity among Latino families. The research project examines the effectiveness of implementing well-supported health practices based upon laboratory and controlled clinical trials in a real-world applied setting. The study examines the feasibility and efficacy of using faith-based setting to promote health behaviors to prevent obesity and obesity related health complications such as diabetes in a Latino population. The study will include both process and outcome evaluation measures using reliable and validated instruments and tools that were non-invasive and applicable to the community setting. The investigator is also working on submitting a research paper as well as a proposal, an R01 to the basic and applied biomedical research on minority health of the NIH for a large-scale study.
Okay, any other questions on this one? Is this a trip also? Noe, did you hear my question?
Activity problems here, Dale. Was that good?
Is this also a trip project?
No, it is not.
Any other questions on this one?
Any other questions on this one? Any other questions on this one?
Okay, we'll take that. Hey, Noe, can you mute out? Any questions on it? All right, we'll take that one. Sam Houston State.
Yes, good morning. This is for 20004, and it is an NSF DUE grant in which we have the departments of mathematics and biological sciences, mostly our forensic science program, together to develop an interdisciplinary educational model in which we will train future scientists and researchers capable of doing predictive modeling. And the PI has published under this grant, and it involves the students and the faculty conducting research together, and as well as educating mostly first-generation students in this course.
Any concerns on this one? All right, let's take that one.
The second one is a research subaward from the Public Policy Research Institute at Texas A&M, in which they subcontracted with us in our College of Criminal Justice to identify gaps in addressing crime victim legal needs, and then to create a service delivery model that could be implemented. And again, the PI will be publishing the results of this work.
Questions on this one? Concerns? Okay, we'll take that one.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Tarleton State.
First up is 19821. It's a nursing grant, and the objective of the grant is to replicate the North Central Texas Healthcare Consortium model of using clinically competent baccalaureate-prepared BSN nurses to assist as mentors. And everybody's collecting data. The IRB is done, and at the bottom, the very last paragraph, you can see the data that they're collecting, and in addition, the chairman of nursing has hired an outside evaluation consultant to make sure that they do this and bring it to fruition in a report that will go back to the THECB and will be converted into an academic publication. We believe it qualifies under 1.3.1.
Questions on this one? All right. Next one.
Okay, the next one, 19825, is from the National Institute for Food and Agriculture. It's a program for food sustainability, and if you look at the budget, every penny goes toward research. It's to place students in South Africa and to work with the large exotic wild animal ranch that we have near us, Texas Fossil Rim. And at the bottom you can see the bottom of the abstract down there. You can see that we've even outlined down to 11% versus 10% what the increase in the number of graduate and undergraduate assistantships for research will be, the anticipated increase in publications, and it's got the total impact here. So we've got research and publications both coming out of it, so we think it qualifies under 1.1.1.
Questions on this one? All right, we'll take that one.
Okay, thank you.
And UT Arlington.
The first one is, the prime sponsor is NSF, and it's called Creative, the Hunting of the Spark, a systematic study of natural creativity and human networks. UT Arlington's part of the proposal is to conduct a minimum of 5 experiments plus pilot testing involving human subject protocols, in which we will test the effects of a small number of factors on emergent human creativity. Homogeneous versus heterogeneous. Experimental participants volunteered to interact with creativity.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Was everyone nodding? I'm sorry. Sorry.
Did y'all hear her on the phones?
No.
No? Start over from the beginning.
Okay, sorry.
Just real brief.
Okay, real brief. The UT Arlington part of the proposal is to conduct a minimum of 5 experiments plus pilot testing involving human subject protocols, in which we will test the effects of a small number of factors on emergent human creativity. Is that good? Okay.
Okay, any questions on that one? We're going to take that one.
Our next one was approved by TRIP.
Okay, we'll take that one.
Thank you.
Unless there's any specific questions on it. Was there a specific question on that one? From anyone? Okay, we'll take that one. And we'll go to Texas A&M at Galveston.
Hi, this is an award from the City of Galveston for research into coastal barriers to protect the city and the Galveston Bay region from hurricane-induced storm surge. It's a endowed chair faculty member in the Department of Marine Sciences that's conducting the work, and we're expecting this to be part of a larger project into coastal barriers.
All right, any questions on this one? Specific questions? No, we'll take that one. We'll go on to Texas A&M University, Texarkana. Texarkana? Mason, are you out there? Ebony Mason? We'll go to West Texas then.
This one is our McNair program. I ran the calculations on this. Research is one of the 3 objectives of the program, and our research portion came out to 69% of the total budget. So I thought this one fell within that range that we had agreed on.
Specific questions on that one? Okay, we'll take that one. And let's see, we'll go to Texas A&M University, Texarkana. Okay, we can go back to the UNT project. So we can pull up the proposal now and put it on the screen. You have to look at the webcast to be able to see the document, though. And Christy, now you can point out a few places in it for it.
Yeah, I think we haven't had a chance to read it. The brand new partnership with University of Maryland. And I've highlighted down here the 5 areas that they're talking about on page 1. And then throughout the document, it just still continues to talk about and referring to collaborative research and publications and graduate training and research. On page 3, it talks about the overall objectives. And particularly in section 3, number 3, project goals. Right there underneath it, go up just a little bit. That's where it's talking about the areas for the curriculum development.
part of the collaborative research part, or is it separate?
No, it's part of the research part.
Okay, because I could have had the 5 manufacturing development, collaborative research.
Right.
Separate.
No, it's part of the research part.
What is the budget supporting?
Let me see, what was the number of this one? The budget is $365,000 a year. It's got two faculty members, 2 graduate students. Travel's got $13,000, $10,000, $12,000 each year for travel. And minimum supplies. There's several subcontracts in working with is it the one that this goes back to Dr. Montler, who was in the linguistics doing the endangered language. He's also a part of this to help them with the research of the curriculum. There are participant costs each year. And I don't have the detail of that participant cost.
Does it outline anywhere how the curriculum is going to be evaluated or assessed?
And that's kind of what I was getting at, is if it was part of the collaborative research. I mean, was that broken out, or was that detailed?
There was a section there on faculty research.
Yeah, that's on page 5B, faculty research. It says at least 12 Islamabad faculty are working on their PhD dissertations. Aims to bring 35 of these faculty members to UNT to conduct research using our resources. It's more of a culture, and then there's a cultural exchange program between these two groups to do their research. The curriculum development. It's to assist the curriculum development for NUMLs, which is University of Modern Language, their Masters in English and their Masters in English Language Teaching programs. But no, I'm not seeing a dissemination. There is? Okay. Oh, that's true. That's right. And then,
Yeah, but if a major part of it is supporting the graduate students who are coming from Pakistan.
Yeah, that's the only part I'm having a hard time with.
because of the participant cost?
Yeah.
So we have the collaborative research part and the curriculum development dissemination. And writing, publishing from this together, and then training graduate student research. It says, will be funded to visit UNT for a period of 2 months to perform the culminating part of their thesis research. Individuals will be paired with UNT faculty mentors.
This is the State Department grant?
This is, yes, the State Department.
Right.
It's the beginning of a partnership to work in all of these areas. But it is a significant amount of money, so there will be a lot of work going on now. But I think because they spent so much time talking about the different areas, I think there's a little detail missing here. But when I read it in whole and look at the objectives, more of it is geared towards research than not. And so I think the majority of it is research.
Are the students being trained in R&D techniques? Are they just being... Are we just including the dissertation as part of their
Well, I think that would be when you're in linguistics and literature. I think, but they are graduate students, so the courses that will be involved will be on research and graduate training.
Well, so that's why I think this is one I wanted to bring up when we talked this afternoon is 2.3.6. And that we work at looking at a distinction between dissertation work funded by grants as opposed to R&D and being trained in R&D instruction. So that gets back to the difference between, yes, there's research and dissertation and thesis just by their nature, but is that what we're really supposed to be funding?
Formulate. I was less concerned about the program than about the budget, and particularly the participant support. So did you say there's 35 Pakistani students?
That's correct.
And then what's the budget breakout? Because I think 2.3.6 is relevant. I don't know if it's definitive.
If it's the majority of the project, though.
Right.
Sponsored instruction that
unless
cannot
you can
be
link it to
recorded.
1.3.2, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And
that's what I had marked it for. 1.3.2 is in research training, because it's working to develop this curriculum for the University of Modern Languages. Mm-hmm. So they will be doing testing of that and bringing the students over here, and that's where they will get their data when they're over here.
The thing that has me a little confused is this notion of somebody coming to the U.S. to finish their dissertation work in 2 months. If you're at the end of your dissertation, you have pretty much done most of your R&D training, and you are putting things together. So the timing seems a little odd to me.
Okay, that's a good point.
Anybody else confused by that? I mean, it's almost like it's an opportunity to get somebody to look at what you've done at the tail end of your research program and give a second perspective.
And the word shadow, the faculty member classes, looks more like it's a career training rather than research.
And research. And when you look at the problem statement, it says it's just the purpose is to close the knowledge gap between Pakistan and the United States, to restructure the curriculum, and building long-term relationships. So it does seem more like an assistance, maybe, kind of.
When the RFP came out, did it say multi-year award or just 1 year?
It is a 3-year award. But there's an assessment of their department and offering. So I guess it's kind of analyzing just that university and how we can help them specifically. And I'm not sure about a model or a dissemination in that way. So I guess.
So there's 35 students. Do they start in year 1 and finish it all the way through year 3,
Mm-hmm.
or is it 35 per year, or is it 35 over 3 years?
They're just coming over for summer training, so they're not going to be here for that long. It's more just exchange. I think I'm going to have to withdraw this. I mean, that's where I was on the edge of it. And so, but I wanted to have this discussion to see how to look at it. because the word research keeps showing up, you know, so, okay, I'll withdraw this one.
Okay. Put that note.
Dale?
Yes.
What happens if somebody is not here to defend a question proposed?
I'm gonna ask again. She might have been on break or something. So, is Texas A&M, Texarkana out there?
Yes, I'm here. I'm sorry. I had phone issues.
Okay.
Oh, but 1 second. Y'all did agree with me on the withdrawal, or did I have a majority?
Yeah, I think
here?
if we were going to vote it, I mean...
What?
I would have voted yes, too.
Can we vote on it?
We can take a vote. Let's
just to document it.
Just all over the place.
It is. It could be written better, which we run into a lot. Well, is there an opportunity for me to get additional information and bring it to you?
Well, I think the crux,
maybe.
I mean, because we have a dissertation completion grant, right? And that's basically what they're doing. They're at the end of their... And so I just want to know how much money goes to those students, what specific... the Pakistanis, what specific activities are they going to be trained in during their period here? And then is, again, I think Manuela asked, is it 35 students total? Is it 35 students per year? Just kind of elaborate on...
Okay, for the participant cost, there's $32,000 in year 1, 35 in year 2, and 37 in year 3.
But then
out of a budget of $365,000
But then there's student travel.
But the student travel is going to be in the participants area. This up here is the travel for our research students that will be going over to Pakistan. So we have $13,000 for our students to travel over there, and then there's $32,000 for theirs to come over here.
So it may be such that
They must be paying, the Pakistani government must be paying a portion of that travel.
Cost share.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they are paying.
Which SAM area would you try to justify this under?
I had marked it 1.3.2 for research training, but I'm looking at the one you pointed out, which was the 2.4.6. Is that what it was? 2.3.6, which would put it under instruction, including grants for travel.
That would be sponsored instruction that cannot be recorded for RDF.
Correct.
Unless it's under 1.3.2.
Right, that's what I mean. It would make it to be an instruction project, not a research project, if it fits 2.3.6. So I was looking at 1.3.2.
So I have a question. When their students come, they will be getting the degree from their own university? And the second part to the question is, our students going over there, what would be the mission or the goal for their travel there? Are they conducting any research?
I don't know. I'd have to get further clarification because, as you can see from this, it did not go into those details.
I could assume all day long, but I would imagine language immersion because this is all about language and cultural development. So for them to come over here, finish their thesis, and our students to go over there, it's the same reason. It's to collaborate and, improve, do their common research in the world of literature. There's an assumption though.
Because in this field, you don't really have to be here physically or there to do the research. You can do it through distance, but you do need to have some interface.
Right. Well, I think I have to go on the fact that 3 of the 4 objectives involve research, and that's what they're geared towards in doing this together.
And there's over 144,000 in sub-awards as well. So that 300 and some odd thousand minus the sub-award, minus the indirect or the overhead, most of the money is going to the students when you look at it in relationship like that. Sorry.
No, that's fine.
Call the vote.
Yeah.
Can I
Okay,
ask,
we're going to
what
vote
is
on.
what's the sub-award for? What's the,
I don't have the detail on the sub-award here.
Is that going to Islamabad? To the... Is that going there?
Yes, it is. It's going to the University of Modern Languages, Islamabad. But there's two other ones in here too, and I'm not sure who they're for.
My God tells me actually evaluation because look at the amount of money. But that's just done. That's not defined.
Let's vote on it.
Okay, we'll vote on the remaining UNT award. So, Angelo State,
No.
Lamar University, Midwestern, Prairie View,
No.
Sam Houston. Sam,
Hello?
Sam
Yes?
Houston? Yes? Yes to the award? The UNT award?
I'm sorry, Dale. I'm sorry. I got distracted.
That's okay. We're voting on the remaining UNT award.
I'll have to abstain.
Okay. Stephen F. Austin?
No.
So Ross? Tarleton?
No.
A&M Central Texas? A&M International?
No.
Was that a no?
That was a no.
Okay. A&M Galveston?
No.
A&M Commerce? A&M Corpus Christi? No. A&M Kingsville?
No.
A&M San Antonio? A&M Texarkana?
No.
Texas Southern? Texas State?
I have to abstain. I'm just undecided.
Texas Tech? Texas Women's?
No.
UT Arlington?
Say yes. I'd like to see more depth on the three research components. At least loosely described.
UT Brownsville?
No.
UT Dallas?
UT what?
UT Dallas?
Can't carry.
UT San Antonio?
No.
UT Tyler? UT Tyler? UT Permian Basin? UT Pan Am?
Abstain.
University of Houston?
No.
Houston Clear Lake?
No.
Houston Downtown? Houston Victoria? University of North Texas? University of North Texas at Dallas?
Yes and yes.
West Texas A&M?
You missed El Paso.
Abstain.
El Paso?
And you did
UT
skip
El Paso?
Paso.
UT El Paso?
Yeah, you skipped us. I'm with Jeremy. I say yes because I'm familiar with these type of programs. I think that a better job perhaps could have been done in solidifying the information and organizing it better, but yeah, it's yes.
We're good. No? Okay. No.
Right. That's true, too.
And then one more, we've got the Texarkana Award. Ebony, are you still there?
Sure, the money's been cleared.
Ebony, are you still on the phone?
Oh, yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yes, we have a grant through the City of Texarkana called the Environmental Protection Agency, Brownsville Workforce Development Job Training Grant. It basically delivers environmental workforce training to include screening of applicants, develop and implement a curriculum course delivering 3 cohorts of 15 students each, and reports and submissions at the end of the cohort will be submitted in to perform the grant. On the abstract that we sent in on page 5, it basically states that the results of the work obtained by the City of Texarkana under the agreement are expected to be originally published and shared broadly with scientific community, and therefore expected to be used as fundamental research and defined under international traffic in arms and regulations. So we basically think that this is, they're going to publish it out for other people to see and use as statistics and data.
Can you go to the abstract part? Or scope of work, maybe. It's looking more like a contract.
EPA gave money to the city, and the city
Okay, it should be page 5.
Yeah, go back up.
Trying to get you to go to section 24.3.
How many pages total are in that thing?
There's 52.
So where is the actual...
At the bottom of page 5, right there, it says the City of Texarkana under the kind of, right there at the last, above the little page number right here, it says the result. It basically...
24.3.
This is fundamental research.
That's just a clause. That's
There's
not
a work plan. There's a work plan towards the end.
Yeah.
You know what page it's on?
It says page 3 of 54, so it's just Exhibit C.
Doesn't this just put it under ITAR regulations?
Yeah. So that's the only thing there.
We need to go to the work plan, though. I think the work plan would help.
Exhibit C on page 3.
Yeah, that's still terms. I bet.
No,
But it's at the end.
no,
it's
it's
toward
at
the
the
end.
end. It's
Yeah,
towards the
Appendix
end.
C is towards the end.
Way at the bottom. Page 49.
Yeah, I'd start at the back, at the end, and work my way up.
There you go.
Okay.
We feel like this is research just because, they're going to put this data out for everybody else to see. and for everybody to be able to see what they've used as far as implementing students and pulling in this grant. And I mean, it's got to be publicized. And they're going to use the data from what they're using out of these 3 cohorts.
But they need to provide some outcomes and some recommendations to improve the program.
Also, I don't see how over 50% of the funding is going to go towards research-related actions, and so I can see how somebody could go through a workforce program and get enough material to write a paper on it, but that doesn't mean that that was a research program. That just means that somebody utilized that activity as a mechanism to gather data.
Well, they don't have it. They don't.
Anyone see anything else on this one?
The $292,000 in contractual, what's that for?
It's actually divided into 3 cohorts. We actually get $99,000. The city of Texarkana gets $99,000 a year. And they've divided it out into 3 different cohorts, and that's what they use as far as for the classes and things like that they do hands-on classes with the students.
So the funds are going to the city of Texarkana?
Well, the funds it's a 3-way kind of thing. The funds go to the city of Texarkana, and then the university basically we invoice them for whatever classes that are taught through us.
I think the EPA is the prime, and then it's the city of Texarkana.
Oh, is there a CFDA on it? It's a federal
yes, ma'am.
Federal flow through?
Yeah.
It's not helping. Not helping.
The CFDA link is EPA 66815.
What are we thinking on this one? No, is there any support for research on this one?
Seems like it's more instructional training to city residents.
Yeah, we're seeing this. We're seeing this just as instruction, Ebony. Yeah. We're going to have to say no to this one, okay?
Okay.
All right. So that takes care of agenda item number 1. And when we come back, let's see. I think we should take a lunch break now, and we didn't order you lunch, so we're gonna have to leave the room, and y'all can go to Luby's or wherever you want to go for lunch, and then we'll come back at 1 o'clock and get things going again, and continue. And this afternoon we'll look at the SAM document, and we'll spend a good deal of time discussing some changes that are highlighted that we made. So we'll go ahead and break for lunch now. We'll see proposed changes. See you at 1 o'clock. Yeah. So I think we've got just about everybody. We're going to go on to the next agenda item, number 3. It's research awards less than $250,000. And was there any questions on any of those awards that you had? You wanted to take a look at any of them? As you can see, right now, all the awards that are under $250K are marked as undetermined. So it is it's up to each institution to review those awards that are under $250 and make that determination. Okay. We just look at the ones that are $250 and above. So any questions on those? Okay. So.
What do you expect us to do for our own awards? Or?
Any of them, not just yours. If you've got questions on any of them.
So just more questions is what we.
If you want to discuss any of them, if you want to talk about any of them, if you have an issue with any of them.
And if we don't, what would be the next action?
Go to the next agenda item.
But staff will go in and mark them.
We're going to go for the ones that are 250 and above. We're going to go in there tomorrow and take the ones that are undetermined and turn them into yeses. And then that you can count anything you're later on for when you send us your restricted research figure. You can be from any one of the awards that have yes on it. But the ones that are under that, it's up to you to make that determination.
It's up to us.
So
we're going to discuss only those that are above 250.
Was there a question?
Yeah, we were going to discuss those that are above 250, right?
I'm not sure I'm understanding your question.
All the awards under 250 we are not going to discuss today, correct?
Not unless you have an issue with any of them.
Okay, good.
Okay. Okay, so we'll go on to the next agenda item. Review changes to standards and accounting methods. And I got a version of the SAM document. And it's highlighted in places where we changed it. And we understood when we made these changes in this revision of SAM's that they would probably be short-lived, and we would be talking about them again. So with that, I think if we just start going through the document and just hit the highlighted places, and we can talk about those places when we get to them. Okay?
Can I just give a little background on why the changes are necessary?
Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So Jose Rios, coordinating board. Last year we had, or the previous year we had an audit on research, restricted research expenditures. The state auditor's office conducted the audit. This is during that audit there was 6 recommendations that they recommended, and we agreed to the recommendations. One of the items was that's the main reason that the document had to be revised. There is definite reasons for each revision. So once we get to the revision, I can fill in the reason behind it of why we had to do it that way to comply with the audit response of the agency to the state auditor's office. And we have Glenn Osher. He's our assistant director for financial reporting for the agency. So if we have any questions of is this feasible to the institutions, he would be the one to answer those type of questions.
Okay, so Ernest, go ahead and scroll us down to page 3. Okay. So that first highlighted sentence, when a nonprofit or community educational foundation provides a grant for a specific purpose, the grant would be considered a restricted fund. I think that's just an example. Does anyone have any comment on that one? Okay, so drop down a little bit more, and we added to that sentence, not all restricted funds are restricted for research. An institution could, for example, receive a grant or gift for uses restricted to instruction, training, outreach, public service. Added a couple of examples there. Any comment on that one? Okay, so for the next one, this is where we looked at federal grants, and then federal grants and non-federal grants. So for the federal grants, you would use if the primary purpose is research. All expenditures made for that grant will qualify as restricted research expenditures. And then for the non-federal grants, contracts, or gifts, then you would make only that part of the non-federal grant which qualifies as restricted research expenditures, and then some examples there. So I think this is the first point where we're going to start talking
So
about.
microphones are going to start popping on.
And I guess the guys with the more financial background than I do can weigh in more. And we've resisted taking an award into the university and then breaking that award into component pieces. But it seems like that's going to be the way to account and manage these. Is that?
Why don't we look first? Let's get an explanation from the audit.
Right.
I think the main reason that this was done it was because of there was some expenditures that were classified within that 49% that are not regulated at all. So we could have gone through and just basically excluded types of expenditures, such as food for the office. This is what the auditors found. So there was a lot of non-federal or non-research expenditures in that 49% that could not be tied to anything. With the federal grants, and then we saw that with non-federal grants because they have more. They don't have that many restrictions sometimes. The federal grants, they do have the OMB circular that you have to follow. The other thing was travel was one of the things that sometimes you could categorize it, and then sometimes if they're coming from non-federal, you can basically spend whatever amount with no restrictions. So that was the choice between, and that's what the auditors found. This is what they found on those on the audit. So there were concrete examples of this happening at the institutions. So we could have excluded certain categories of expenditures, or just regulate a little bit more the non-federal expenditures.
Jose, I'm looking at the audit, and I don't see that recommendation in the audit. Could you point me to where that is?
I mean, I guess on one hand, I can see where it would help. I mean, you can capture some portion, of the award as research, but on the other hand, it's going to add considerable administrative burden. I mean, we just don't have more staff to handle more accounts. And then you've got the PI who's got one award, they think, that may have multiple account numbers with it. Am I thinking of this right?
Right. And how can you say that travel is not research related?
I mean,
Well, it's recommendation 2 of the audit.
I mean, I think
the
I try to
coordinating board should
understand
clarify the types of expenditures that higher education institutions can include within restricted research expenditures that they can report to meet the NRUF requirements.
Well, let me ask a question for clarification, because I think I'm remembering parts of the audit when I read that. Was that not, but I haven't seen it in a while, were those costs for entertainment specifically related to gifts and multi-purpose project, and not necessarily state grants or grants from private foundations or something like that would be much more restricted to what you proposed? I mean, we have a lot of projects that are specifically research that are non-federal, and there's a lot of travel money to go collect data and do field research.
Well, I don't think it's the travel itself. It's the travel that they looked at was not regulated by state guidelines, or it was hard to tie the actual.
Yeah, but see, at our university,
travel.
we would use GSA rates.
Yeah, we
right,
have to use
for travel, regardless.
Of state I mean, our university regulations, regardless of the source. The only thing that's not regulated are discretionary funds.
Yeah, I think that's
they're not coded research.
Well, then they may or may not be under the new rules, but then that should be made clear that you're only talking about
I think the big picture is missed by the state auditor's office.
That's too broad.
I mean, we do not break down. I mean, look at how hard it is and how much effort we would put into just try to determine if the project is research, right? And, I mean, there's no way we're going to go down to the expense level. And I mean, because I mean, frankly, a lot of this is on the intent of the donor or the intent of the project itself. And yes, there are components within that may not be straight up considered research expenditures. But the overall project and the end goal is research.
Particularly if you use the 50% or greater rule. That's always seemed to be a good
we've been through this, and the intent of this transparency is to try to make sure that it's a fair and open and transparent process. And I think we're frankly overkilling that. And this is a step in the wrong direction.
I think we need to keep in mind that the funding agencies strongly encourage the PIs and the senior personnel to travel to conferences to present. Dissemination is a key action item. And so a lot of the travel is really in support of the research endeavor, not necessarily collecting data, but sharing it. So I would say the same guidelines should apply whether it's a gift, because it's the sponsor who has to approve the budget, so to speak. And entertainment, typically most funding agencies, particularly NSF, will not allow it. There are exceptions to it, so I can understand that part. If you designate it as entertainment, yes.
So do we want to revise that to say instead of doing that route or going that route, just basically state entertainment is not allowed?
No, you can't do that either. Not on gifts, on data coded research.
Yeah, just like on a federal project, you can count the tuition assistance that's part of the graduate students working on the project. You can count that as research expenditures on the federal project because you can count the entire intent of the project as that. We're not going to go through and say, oh, these tuition or the scholarship or tuition expenses are not going to be research if the overall project is still research. And we just do not do that.
Have to dissect.
I mean, if you look at like endowment funds, and a lot of times what we're doing is recruiting the individual who's going to fill that endowed position, and so you're going to have some recruitment costs in there, and that I think is a legitimate cost to that endowment. Those endowment earnings is to bringing in the person that you're trying to get to fill that. And so you're going to see some some travel expense and some meal expense to bring the person in. And that's just, I mean, that's a cost, and it's a legitimate cost to that.
And I've done that level of review on our dirty accounts, our gift accounts, right? Where I went by expenditures to determine, could it be coded or not, and whenever I seen, and it was a dual system, financial services and ORSP, we reviewed those accounts. And whenever they went down to the granular level and found football tickets or whatever, that is a gift account. That does not even make it on the research list, period. All right. So we use that as a divider that, if football tickets, flowers for somebody's new baby or whatever, that's a gift account. That's not coded research.
Yeah, and when we pass an award, 51% of the expenditures have to be for research. I mean, is it not a given that the other 49% are not going to be for research?
Don't have to be.
I mean, okay, so but let's say technically we sit here and we parse out 51% of the award is research related. We already know that 49% of it isn't.
Yeah, but on like on a federal grant, the other 49% would be research. It wouldn't be pizza or basketball tickets, right?
On any grant.
But does it matter? But does it matter if what all you're interested in is the research part? Does it really matter what the other part of it is?
Right. We have already documented here, hopefully, that a majority of the funds are for restricted research purposes. The other side of that is the other 49% are not, but they are included because a majority of this project is research. If we have to go down to that 49% and start digging at the expenditure level,
no.
It's not going to be feasible to enter most of these projects.
You may wind up losing transparency instead of gaining.
That's exactly right.
Well, I would also, I don't know, maybe remind the state that we have an A133 audit that audits the R&D cluster of all of our institutions, and it identifies all of the research projects. Okay. Federal research, yes, federal research projects, and through that process, I mean, we are following basically a consistent accounting process that we have to follow for the state.
I think
this is something entirely different.
The federal awards were not really. There's not really any issues with the federal awards. Right. It's the non-federal awards that the auditors.
But look at the inconsistency to say, on a federal grant it's research, but on a non-federal grant it's not research.
Yes. Well, the parallel between the non-federal and federal awards and the inconsistency that you're applying arbitrarily, I might add,
that's against
to non-federal
the OMB anyway,
awards.
because it says you treat everything consistent regardless of source of funds. So. We don't play games with our accounts like that. We follow the rules. We consistently apply the same standards and measures, regardless of source of funds.
So were the findings based on gifts? They weren't in the grants, contracts, awards. It's in the gift section where they found these odd ones.
More than likely. They didn't specify.
Where there usually isn't even a budget.
Right.
But sometimes the gifts are unrestricted. People don't care.
We have restricted and unrestricted gifts.
That's right.
I think that's the concern. Is that if the gift is unrestricted, and if those expenditures then apply to restricted research expenditures, is that
because we can only count restricted gifts.
Excuse me, sorry for interrupting, but could you please use the microphone? Those of us on the phone cannot hear you.
So really, if you think about it, gifts typically are not managed. The process is not managed. It's not routed for approval through sponsored projects offices or sponsored programs offices. Primarily, it is done through the advancement office or development. Nobody from that department is sitting here, so it's hard to kind of give a feedback as to how that process ought to be adopted and what the implications might be. Because this is the wrong group to be asking that question. We are not really involved in the gift side of it.
In our university, when we have a project that sort of hovers between institutional advancement and our office, we actually spend the time to discuss it. I think the key here is that if you have a gift that's completely unrestricted, I don't see why it's even being considered as part of restricted research. It shouldn't even be on the table.
Exactly.
And unrestricted is the only way they would be able to pay for shows and sports events at my university.
Yeah. That's right.
So it makes me wonder if the unrestricted ones were the issue here and not the restricted ones.
And it has nothing to do with us and shouldn't modify the same.
Yeah, because the restricted gifts actually have conceivably two avenues for review. I mean, there's this panel, and then there's the trip.
I wonder if that came out of, was it an endowed chair?
That was one of the examples.
Probably.
It was an endowed chair
Probably.
that was part of the audit.
If you look at the audit report, though, the audit report doesn't have anything like that in it. The audit report just says, I mean, the recommendation that you're referring to, all it says is the coordinating board should clarify the types of expenditures that higher education institutions can include within the restricted research expenditures that they report to meet the National Research University Fund requirements.
Yeah, but that was the background of why.
But it's not, none of that's in the report.
I know.
Yeah.
But your SAM document already does that clarification.
And I'll just.
Well, the auditor, the auditors actually saw. I mean, they reviewed the SAMs, and they still want us to clarify. That's the. I mean, this whole meeting is to get feedback. Nothing is in stone.
Well, I think.
And what we're going to try to do is.
I think we're unified in our feedback.
We're gonna, yeah.
Don't make it more difficult.
What we're going to do is we're going to try to get all the comments and then all the issues.
Exactly.
And then go back to the auditor and see if we can get this, because there will be another audit, hopefully, well, not hopefully, but within a couple of years.
Sure. There's always audits.
Well, yes. So I guess two other points. One is I was here when the major revision to the SAM was done the last time, and I remember this specific issue, where we came up with the language of saying 50% or more in the intent, because we were using examples of if you have to buy a large piece of equipment to, get a core sample. Well, do you only count the analysis to the core, or do you count the instrument itself and everything that it took to get to that point? And obviously, just for consistency and everything else, we said it should just be the overall intent of the project and over 50%. So I'll just say that I think it's already fair, transparent, and defined adequately in terms of what the intent and the transparency of this overall development fund is for. Secondly, this change, at least as proposed, provides basically an exclusion to the total restricted research expenditures that emerging research institutions would be able to count for their qualification into the NRUF. And so are you going to grandfather us in so that we still have the same reporting criteria that University of Houston and Texas Tech used?
Good point.
Or are you going to redo their
Not going to be
certifications?
grandfathered.
Okay, then you redo their certifications, or is it just going to be we have different rules to play by?
I think that would be a question for the auditors and possibly the legislature.
Okay.
But it seems like if the problem is primarily with gifts, which is a minority of most of our activity, if we have to address this, why not just address the problem, which is gifts, not every non-sponsored, non-federally sponsored grant.
Yeah, I think that's what's presenting the biggest issue and challenge and unnecessary amount of work.
It's punitive. It seems punitive.
Yeah. Not just unnecessary.
Well, the other thing is gifts are primarily managed by the foundation, which is a separate 501c3, nothing to do with the university, even though they exist to support the functions of the university and the mission. But it's a separate legal entity, so I don't know if the auditors have audited their books on gifts to see if these expenditures were not justifiable, because we don't really manage the gift on our side.
I think what they did is they audited all the expenditures, and they just selected a sample out of the list. So I don't think it could be that they audited the foundations too.
Okay, maybe you want to ask the auditor how many instances, what was the sample size? I mean, if they audited 1,000 records and they found one discrepancy.
Right, I think it would have to be really minimal, and the amount of effort that would go into trying to implement something like this would be
It's just-
enormous.
it's-
So I really think the cost benefit doesn't balance.
Right.
And I think
Also,
Jeremy's point is to me
Quite
the most
valid as
valid.
well.
We can't change the criteria when two universities have achieved a goal, the rest are working towards it, and then we change the rules. That's not acceptable at all. We all need to be judged under the same criteria, and this would drastically change it.
There's another angle to it. You know, any specific statement we put in here, think about how it's going to be amplified within each campus. It's going to be interpreted in terms of policies, procedures, and amount of wasted time and effort that we could spend on something more valuable. So I think if this doesn't fit, if it's apples and oranges, well, we should really go after gifts and foundations and other things, and not really bring it to the table here because it's not relevant to us here.
Yeah, but they're writing it in here.
And you're also going to see a significant increase in the amount of industrial or business-funded research programs. That's going to put a pall on this because it's going to be in the same category as a gift and not as in federal funds. And the rules may be somewhat different when you work with industry than when you work with the federal government. So that's all going to change. And I think it's important not to add excessive amounts of accounting on the part of our staffs, because we're not going to be able to handle that if we have to, as you're suggesting, parcel out a grant into many different pieces in order to be able to determine what's research and what isn't. We just don't have the people for that.
The other thing I would, for the coordinating board, is as you saw, if it was TRIP eligible, we approved it, right, by default. However, those expenditures that are spent on TRIP, they're not somehow excluded. I mean, they still all count for TRIP match. You see what I mean? Because it's based on the award. And here you're asking us for those same TRIP awards, don't count certain portions of those expenditures, even though they went through the TRIP process and were approved.
And through this process and were approved.
Right.
Well, and I think all of this was looked at, which is why we agreed on the 51% rule, because we had to come up with something that was reasonable and doable, and that's why we did the 51% rule, knowing that this other 49% may or may not. I still think it's a small percentage that's not.
Okay, I took my notes. We will move on to the next one. And I think throughout this document, I think that was part of the the edits. So maybe we don't have to discuss the other edits that deal with the non-federal, federal type of thing. Next. That's okay.
Yes, I had a question about this. For example, we get formula money through the McIntyre Stennis Cooperative Research Program. Every year we get a new NOGA, but it's just because we have to fill out the paperwork in order to get the award. Is that something we would want to put on every year, even though it's new because we have a new notice of grant award, but it's not new?
Yeah, for our next highlighted area, we're talking about that stuff.
Well, I think that's what this, a new restricted award is defined by its official notice of award or award number, and we would get one every year, but it's the same program. So I know this is a minor thing, it may not apply to other people.
Are you talking about a competitive
No, it's
continuation
formula.
or not?
It's a non-competitive continuation.
Then
But
that's
we
part
still
of the
get a new
same
NOGA.
project then that
Okay.
we have approved, I would think, because we've got multi-year projects.
Are we catching that? Are
Well,
we catching that by the way we're saying it here, though?
Well, not really, because it's
No.
formula money and I get a new NOGA every year. That's my point.
With
And
a new
but
award
it's
number? With a new
non-competitive.
award number, or
Does it
just
have-
the
the NOGA has
extended
a new
fiscal?
award
No, it's a new NOGA every time. I have to actually go in to grants.gov and put in a new request.
But does
Well,
the
you get-
number change?
Yes, it does.
You get a new amount too, right?
I get a new amount too.
So I would think you would want to
So
put
you
it
only
in.
do annual budgets, right, for the same project?
I don't
Annual
even
requests?
submit budgets. All we do is request for the funds that they allocate to us.
So are these multi-year
Could we back
awards?
up to what the purpose of this change was?
Legislative. It's a legislative formula award.
Okay, so for the purpose of this, the auditors want to tie the expenditures by the approved list. So if your list says X, but you have expenditures that is tied to another grant that was never admitted or submitted to the committee, then they want to close the loop on that. So it's almost like they want to tie the expenditures for every award, and that's something that we're going to add. I think we added that in NRUF, that's what we're going to do. Or no.
Are you saying that you're going to have us report the expenditures by award, not just the total
That's exactly
certification?
what they want for NRUF people, for NRUF institutions. Once you become certified, or once you meet the eligibility, then you're going to send something like that later on.
Was that done at Texas Tech and University of Houston?
Again, this is not.
No?
No.
Thank you.
But that's the main reason, to close the loop on making sure that award expenditures are somewhere in that list.
I guess I would be confused why NRUF and not the RDF if you're going to take such a bold step. I mean, money's money from the state.
And why you're putting in the RDF rules.
Aren't we already internally required to keep that so that if an auditor were to come, that we would have to be able to show them that we could tie that directly back to that award?
Yeah, and there's already language in the SAM that says like today's July the 30th, right? Any new award that our institutions receive after this date that have not been discussed at previous RDF panel discussions will have to be included. And I think we've all observed that. And that's part of the internal oversight that each university has, and subject to audit of those individual institutions. So I think we're already covering that.
But I don't mind giving it to you every year. It's just one award, so I can do that.
Is there a way to just note on our spreadsheet of when it was already looked at and approved, so that there's a notation there that says in what,
if anything, that's what would be
what
satisfying.
date it was, so the auditor can know it's already been reviewed?
Yeah, I mean, we called you the other day. I mean, that's what, we'll do that. And I mean, your example is a prime example. The scope hasn't changed. The only thing that's changed is that you had to annually either draw down or request the funds.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, it's actually complicated in that the research plans are drawn outside of the award, so that's a whole separate award process, the review process.
I mean, if the scope hasn't changed, then it's not a new award.
No, it's forestry research.
Right.
I guess it would be easy just to notate, just like TRIP, you know how the field that you have TRIP or whatever, you would notate that that's an award that's already been pre-approved, and you don't even have to touch it.
Just a
you
statement?
Just have to.
You could make the statement, or you could put the fiscal year that it was approved if you have that record. I don't know.
So you don't have to review it every year. You just have to report it every year.
So we should just rewrite this little blurb a little bit differently, right?
Well, I think we'd ultimately like to see it removed.
Yeah.
But that was.
But to deal with the question of, well, no, I got a new this or that.
Well, and not all awards have no-goes. I've got to tell you that if they're not federal, some of the state ones we get don't have award numbers on them. Some private ones don't have award numbers. So we give them grant numbers.
That's true.
And that's an internal tracking mechanism, but we get
from
lots of
privates.
things
They
that
don't
come
usually
to us
have.
with no award numbers on them.
True.
They're not all research, but
set series.
So are we saying that every year when we submit our expenditures, we have to tie that expenditure line back to an approved award? Is that what we're saying?
Supposed to internally.
No, not for RDF.
Not for you, but just internally.
You're supposed to keep it
Well,
internal.
our general ledger keeps it.
Yeah. Right.
Keeps it by project ID number and then all the expenditures in it. So we already have it. That project ID number ties it right back to the award.
Well, where's the language that it's only applicable to NRUF?
Yeah, because this is in the SAM document, which is only RDF.
Yeah, is there a separate document for in REF?
Well, I'm back to having a problem that it's identified by its official notice of award or award number because.
Well, that's
I'm not
what the
gonna get
language
one.
explicitly says, and that's what I thought we were addressing, where when you got an award that had been previously approved and discussed at this panel, whether that award comes in with a new NOGA or not, if the scope hasn't changed,
Yeah.
then you should simply notate that it's been previously approved.
Move on.
Now, if something's changed, maybe something was previously denied, and now something's changed. You've added research components such that 51% might then be research.
But does this apply to phases as well? I mean, you have a project that continues for 10, 15 years, but it's coming at different phases. So.
I think that's one example.
But most of the time, most of those major programs that go on for 15, 20 years, they come in cycles of 5 years, where the award number or the phase does not change, only the yearly extension, although you have to apply every 5 years. The NOGA number does not change. Make sense?
Mm-hmm. Although, again, you have, I mean, it's still a new award number unless you're going to say the final extension is not a different award. I mean...
But the award number stays the same. It's the years that change.
But we create a new account for it and so on.
We normally do, yes,
right.
Because the cycle has closed.
Mm-hmm.
The project's still ongoing for 20 years and running, but that accounting period has closed. And that's why I was confused, too, and had called Dale. At what point do I report such thing? Because original approval for, let's say, $2 million for a 5-year project, and here we are 20 years later, just exaggerating, right? And that project, meanwhile, is worth $30 million. Where does that compute? Because we are not reporting it anymore on the transparency list because it has the same NOGA number, you know, although we have applied every 5 years for competitive renewal. So how does that compute?
I don't think we should keep looking at it.
I think you too. I think you're absolutely right.
So I think we're looking for some wording here that says it's to be on the list unless it's already been reviewed by the panel, in which case it doesn't.
That's essentially what we're
That's what
comfortable
we're asking
with. Yeah.
for.
If it hasn't been discussed, discuss it. If it's been discussed, don't discuss it.
Right.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
And each individual institution has always regulated that for themselves. And it seems to work.
I want to put something up, though, that'll answer your question. Okay. So we'll work on this section again.
Offline, nothing to do with the big picture. Because the big picture says, you know, we looked at it, we don't look at it, we start looking at it. But
It's got to be vetted. Every project has to be vetted.
Even the ones under 250,000. Well, technically, you're...
No, we've done that before.
No, I know, but I'm just saying, like, if you have discussed it, meaning that if it has appeared in that year...
Oh, I see. I understand.
Even the little ones, because technically you're on your agenda item 3, you had that option to discuss any small grants.
Right.
Okay, so the next area is, let's see, we added a description to the transparency.
Yep.
The description just for awards 250 and above.
Yep.
And
does anyone have reservations about making all of that public and maybe just have it I don't know, a password that we could go in and review instead?
I think that's a good idea.
I think so too. I did have, I mean, I didn't put any full proposals or anything up because I did have faculty members who were concerned about posting a lot of information on a completely public website.
We had the same issue. It was difficult to be able to determine how much information to give to make the determination and how much was too much. And so if this information was restricted to this group, it would be much easier to give more than less.
So so what you're saying is have a way to hide different, because we do have to have the transparency list. We do have to have the list, but hide some fields that only this
right. I don't think
committee
it's,
can look at.
I don't think it's the list itself. I mean, we've been dealing with the public list for 10 years. This is our 10-year anniversary, right?
Is it?
Or 11. But
It's a
just to be able
documentation.
to be able to restrict access to
We'll look at that.
the documents that we upload.
That's a good suggestion.
Yeah,
So as far as the auditors wanted to see that was there, right?
Yeah, but
So we would need some sort of way for the auditors to
and then that's
to get
fine.
in and verify.
As long as we can give them access whenever they're here, and just give the general information that we had before.
One of the considerations is that when you have research-based proposals that are uploaded and everybody has access to it, the minute you release it to the public domain, the clock starts ticking. And within 1 year, if you don't file the patent application, you're barred from ownership rights. So I think we need to really give it a serious consideration that we do not allow everybody to have access to it, because there's intellectual property, may translate into patents, may lead to technology transfer. Somebody may develop a product and commercialize it. So I think that's something we need to keep in mind.
And that's
So
particularly...
you lose it in less than 1 year for international rights.
Well, instantly you lose rights in a lot of the countries with the exception of Canada, Japan, and Australia. But in the U.S. you have 1 year grace period, but the rest of the world you've lost those rights.
I don't think we ought to be putting any kind of restricted, non-disclosurable information or whatever in the public domain, period. I would say I'll write you something, but it's not going to be something that I'm disclosing that has the potential of losing the rights.
Well, I think we do that on the back end, right? I mean, we're all public institutions. We all utilize taxpayer money. And so the outcomes of the research and the sponsored programs through data management plans and through other types of dissemination, the general public deserves to have access to the outcomes of the research. But in terms of being able to predict whether intellectual property is forthcoming, at the proposal stage, sometimes it's hard to predict that. And so you might be losing some rights that have been pointed out, particularly
Once the patent application is filed, then you can talk to anybody you want.
Right.
Or you have to have a confidentiality agreement with somebody, and then you can talk to them. Then you're not releasing it at the public domain. If you restrict it to a certain group with the understanding that this is confidential information, then you're also not losing those rights. But if you just freely make it available...
I'm going beyond.
There's a federal law that's called the Bayh-Dole Act.
Yeah.
Under that, we have to, all universities, federal research laboratories, small businesses have to protect the intellectual property and then commercialize it.
Right, right. I'm even trying to think to go beyond what you're saying. I said, absolutely, it's confidential. If there is a non-disclosure agreement or there's a patentability to a project, it's just in the proposal stage, it's not going to be uploaded, period. You know, and not to an unrestricted body, or even a restricted body if I don't know who's reading it on the other end, auditor or not, you know.
I have a different question related to this. When it says a description is required and may include evidence, documentation, or clarification, what is the nature of that? And is that something that we should create and synthesize from the award documentation itself or the application, or take the faculty members' words directly from the project? Because I think we've seen kind of an apples and oranges. Well, but are we interpreting it then for them? And should we?
What I did is just go through the proposal and take excerpts because I didn't want to put the whole thing, but I didn't want to put it in my own words as well because it's like rewriting the proposal to make it, fit the rules. So
right. So I think that was the point.
I think there are two different things that we posted. One was the description that went up on the first round, which was with everything, and that's what we're talking about here, right? And that could be very short.
Yeah,
right?
you could.
That's what we're talking about now. Is what we put up for everything, right?
And that's
like some of mine, I just put
was
trip matched, and that's all there was, right? And then the second one was what we put up when something was questioned, and that's when you ask us to put up an abstract and a budget, and the question there is, the question I asked earlier about.
What am I
putting the abstract up from the actual proposal, or putting up an abstract that was developed for some other purpose. So I think I see two questions. Really.
Well, yeah, and the description, yes, if it's just us saying, a more descriptive explanation for this group because the title doesn't mean anything to you.
Sure.
But as far as the documents that are uploaded, again, I like the excerpts directly from the project because otherwise we're interpreting potentially the information that we want to possibly see in a proposal.
Right. Unless in the other material that you upload, you present it as something that,
I would just add, I'm not sure that the faculty are necessarily caring about this process so much when they're writing the proposal.
It's all about scholarship.
So in some extent, yes, interpretation may be, or clarification back to those faculty members may be required, knowing that we have to go through this.
But again, I think just tying it to the proposal makes it like, okay, it's not our interpretation, it's what was submitted. The evidence can include things like products. Like, again, if papers were published, yes, this is evidence. So the abstract, and I agree, that there were some projects that didn't have abstracts, but so, you kind of try to make an abstract, but if I'm making it writing myself, that's very difficult. I'm writing it for the faculty.
Well, I think the most subjective part of this discussion is really involving gifts. So if you get a gift that's restricted to the department of so-and-so, okay, you may restrict it to research internally for that department, and they'll come up with their own description for how they're going to use that gift towards research, which may not be tied to the donor in any way. So, in some of these cases, they are being developed to help justify it for whether it's TRIP or for this process.
Right, but they're doing that interpretation and not me.
Administrators.
I think that's the point.
I think overall we said that we should hide this from the public view.
Yes, right. It's bottom line.
It's okay here, but we need to take it from the public.
I think you can ask for abstracts. I think you can ask for budgets. I think you can ask for summaries written by some third party. That's all fine and good. It all helps explain the nature of the project.
Do we need to put any guidelines about what you need to put into those three slots?
I think you have it.
I think
you already have it.
Just limited something like, so I did not have time to read all questionables from the committee, particularly my own 22 pages, right? Because I didn't know how to cut it down. The 50-pager that you uploaded, there's no way. So on the abstract, limited to a page and a half, budget, 1-pager, other documentation, no more than 3 or 4. That is manageable. Because I never read the uploads on the questionables. There's not enough time. I like your format, Kathleen.
Okay, well, I did read all of basically all.
You're a hero.
Yeah.
You can scan.
I was on vacation, sorry.
With as much experience.
And it was hard because I uploaded yours really late.
Which will be.
But do we need them earlier in front of this meeting, or
Well, I think some of them weren't uploaded until yesterday, so
Yeah.
that was kind of late. Yeah.
if we had it a week before this, would that be better?
No.
Yeah. And have it earlier, before the day before, the day of before the meeting, and limited in size.
Well, if we go to doing it for all of them when we turn in the awards list at June 30th,
no.
We don't have to upload descriptions for the award
The
list?
description, yes, but the other uploads only on the questionables.
Okay.
Yeah, it's only on questionables.
Yeah, it worked fine. Just password protect what we're uploading.
Right.
And
You don't have to limit what we're uploading. You don't have to add what we're uploading. You just have to protect
secure
what we're
that
uploading. Secure
site.
what we're uploading.
Yeah, the public site needs to be stripped.
That's really what this panel is saying.
I mean, some of the descriptions I put up there were just like career award, because I thought everybody knows what that is, and so you wouldn't question it any further if you knew it was an NSF career.
Right.
Some of them are very self-explanatory too, but then we do have new people too. That means nothing to them, so. Good thing for majority.
I think we didn't know about it this year. Maybe that's why it was more difficult to get them up there timely. But I think going forward, a week is fair to have a week to read them.
Okay. So, next little section. And that's the supporting documentation. That's kind of the same thing. So.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Accounting method. Does anyone have a comment on that one? Institutions shall use the accrual.
Yeah.
That's on. I don't really think this is the group that can respond to this, because we're not the people who are in charge of the accounting systems at our institutions. But I have talked to people at my institution who are, and this would be an enormous change and something that I don't think really can implement, because we don't use an accrual system. We use a modified accrual system, and to try to do this at a project level, I'm told would just be impossible.
If I could speak.
Okay.
So my name is Glenn Osher. I am the Assistant Director of Financial Reporting at our agency, as Jose had said. Can everyone hear me? Is this on? Hello?
Is it red?
Yeah.
Should be on. Okay. So the reason why I'm here is I know that the audience, you guys aren't finance or accountants. You're more programmatic. So I'd just like to give you kind of an overview of the different accounting methods in order for you to better understand what it's about. So as Jose said, out of this SAO audit, the auditors made an observation and a recommendation for the coordinating board when this restricted research report is being submitted by y'all, that a basis of accounting be identified, whether it be cash or accrual. The SAO did not make a recommendation for one or the other. And so the purpose of me being here is to kind of explain what those two methods are and the pros and cons to each as it relates to your report. Okay? So the first one is the cash basis of accounting. And this is similar to like your checkbook accounting. You have a paycheck, that would be considered revenue. Whenever you get that paycheck direct deposited into your account, revenue. If you are making a payment for your electricity bill, that's an expenditure. It's not recorded any earlier than when you actually cut that check. Okay? So very simple in and out. And that type of basis of accounting is not used for financial reporting, I believe, at your agencies nor at ours. It's more used throughout the year as payments are made, revenues are received for federal programs or state programs, whatever. Throughout the year, you're kind of working off of a cash basis. And you might be actually working on a modified accrual basis, which I'll go over in a second. But for us, we tend to use cash or modified accrual throughout the year. And then and I'm sure you guys are all higher ed institutions, you have to report your AFR, your annual financial report, to to the Comptroller of Public Accounts. And in addition to that, I'm sure you also have externally audited financial statements that you also have to prepare. That's GASB 34 compliant and as GAAP, generally accepted accounting principles, and everything else. So at our agency, we have to do the same thing. We report to the comptroller as well as do these externally audited financial statements. So the cash basis might be good for some institutions that don't have an end-of-year close where they have to take what they have on a cash basis, checkbook accounting, into full accrual or into an accrual basis, whether it be modified or full accrual. For purposes of this discussion right now, let's just call it accrual. So I can't imagine that a higher ed institution does not true up their books at end of year to record things on an accrual, expenditures on an accrual basis, or anything on a full accrual basis. I'm sure you do. But in the event that there's an institution out there that doesn't do accrual, this might be the better method. A con to using the cash basis is that because you're on this checkbook way of accounting for things and you don't convert it to an accrual, you could potentially have an invoice for your report, $100,000 that you're making a payment to for contracted services. Services that were rendered, it just didn't get into the accounting system, and so the payment, it really follows the cash, this expenditure. So, for example, you're reporting on this report today, but you're not going to make that payment until 2 weeks from now or next week. Well, it doesn't fall within that reporting period because on a cash basis, it always follows the cash. And so you have that big potential of underreporting your expenditures if you follow this cash basis. I'm sure all of you follow the accrual basis of accounting, and there's actually two types of accrual methods. I'm sorry I didn't get your name, but you were mentioning the modified accrual. Everyone here, I'm sure, follows the modified accrual basis of accounting at end of year, meaning that they might be cash basis throughout the year, but you're always going to true up to this modified accrual basis, and I'm sure you also do a conversion to get you to full accrual. And so without boring you guys, I'm going to try to make this as short as possible, but this is kind of a loaded question and discussion. So real quickly, the modified basis, the modified accrual and the full accrual are very similar. They both do not follow the cash when they record an expenditure like the cash basis. Instead, whenever something has been incurred, like for example the $100,000 invoice, the services have been performed already. Accounts payable just hasn't processed that invoice, and so for the accrual basis, we don't care when it was actually paid. It's whenever the services were incurred, if you will. So when we're talking about the accrual basis of accounting and this restricted research report, I would think that you would want to do things on an accrual basis, which you wouldn't be underreporting your expenditures because you're basically truing up your expenditures to when the services were actually performed. So one of the big differences between the modified accrual and the full accrual is when we deal with capital expenditures, as well as I don't know if you guys have bonds that you issue for research and development, but if we talk about the capital expenditures first, say for example, related to this restricted research report, you have a $50,000 equipment that you purchase for research and development. If you purchase that within that period of when this, a period within this report, the $50,000 on the modified accrual basis would be, hold on a minute. Modified accrual basis will say record that whole $50,000 today. What the full accrual says is, that capital expenditure, it's almost like you're a farmer and you buy a big tractor that costs $25,000, you can't record that expenditure all on that day, 100% of that purchase price. Instead, generally accepted accounting principle says you have to actually depreciate that tractor over its useful life. So say like 5 years. So something that's $25,000, you can't report all of that based on that year. Instead, you got to spread it out. That's kind of the difference between the modified accrual and the full accrual, in that with the modified accrual, if you guys choose that for your restricted report, if you guys have any capital expenditures, you're going to overstate your capital expenditures if the purchase of that capital expenditure happened within that restricted research reporting period. Moreover, another big difference between the modified accrual and the full accrual is related to bonds. So if you are issuing bonds for research and development, if you are making payments, debt service payments, principal and interest on those bonds, the modified accrual says recorded as an expenditure. So you make $5 million principal and interest payment on a bond. Modified accrual says recorded as an expenditure, but the full accrual says don't. It's actually not an expenditure, and it's actually a component of bonds payable. So you issue bonds for $10 million. As you make the debt service payment, principal and interest payments, it's going to actually reduce the bonds payable, which is not an expenditure. It's actually a bonds. It's a balance sheet item. So what I'm trying to get to here is if I don't care what method you guys choose, and the SAO did not make a recommendation saying, hey, you got to use the cash basis or you have to use the accrual basis, but there are pros and cons to both. It seems like this restricted research report is for 2 fiscal years, which is based on the state fiscal year. If you guys are doing
we report,
isn't it as of August 31st?
Yeah,
of every year.
Every year.
Yeah. So if it has the same state fiscal year ending date as your AFR, your annual financial report that you prepare for the comptroller, and if you do any externally audited financial statements, I'm sure it's going to have that same ending fiscal year. I would think that it would be relatively easy. I don't know how you guys operate, but to run those reports on a full accrual or accrual basis, if you will, to get that information, since that's really the same information that you're reporting for the comptroller, as well as if you have externally audited financial statements.
But our reports are already connected to the AFR. We have to match.
Yeah.
And then you're accrual. Then you're on an accrual basis.
Accrual.
But
They're
doesn't
modified
the
accrual.
AFR
It depends.
Modified accrual.
So if we talk about modified and the full accrual, when you're reporting it, you're actually reporting both. You're reporting modified, and you're also reporting full accrual. The full accrual, the difference, again, between the two is only with capital expenditures and if you have bonds or long-term liabilities. Those are the only two items that are kind of treated differently. But I'm sure that your institutions report it both ways. You just might not know it. But
Excuse me, if I might interject, I found, this is Katie Plum from Angela Estate, and I actually found a notation in our SACS report, and I suspect that it applies to the rest of the state institutions. It does say that our records are maintained using modified accrual, but it says balances and activities included in most external reports, including the AFR that is submitted to the state, are converted to a full accrual basis of accounting.
Okay.
And we are all reporting after our financial reporting offices have gone through their year-end process.
Yeah, so what it boils down to is within this document that currently as it is, it says full accrual. I mean, you could just change it to accrual, and whether you report on a modified or full accrual, I don't know.
But
this
we all
report,
follow the same rules for the AFR, so we would all be doing it on the same basis.
the AFR is presented
Again,
two different ways.
So I
both on
go
a
back to
modified and
the
full.
audit, and what exactly was the audit finding that they found on this?
So the audit finding, just real quickly, I read it, and it said that there were two institutions. I believe it was probably U of H and Texas Tech. When they audited the records and looked at the expenditures, they noticed that there wasn't consistencies. It was inconsistent in non-payroll related expenditures. But interestingly enough, the payroll-related expenditures for both institutions, they were reporting on an accrual basis. They don't mention full accrual or modified accrual. They're just saying accrual. So for payroll-related expenses, it was on an accrual basis. For non-payroll-related expenses, one institution was reporting on a cash basis, and then the other institution was reporting on an accrual basis. So the recommendation from the SAO said, hey, you guys need to be consistent, in other words, summarizing that the coordinating board, when they're having the requirements for this restricted report, they need to specify the accounting method. So that's kind of the background behind it.
Why the institutions actually do need to be, as long as we're consistent, if each institution is consistent and we're only reporting each expenditure one time, why does it matter whether we report it in one fiscal year or the other fiscal year, given that what we're dealing with anyway is an average of
I think it's the whole thing about consistency and comparison. If you're comparing, again, with this example, you couldn't compare expenditures with A&M, Texas Tech and U of H because of the different type of...
That's not what the RDF was intended for. That's not what the purpose of the RDF is.
But that's the RDF methodology, or the RDF expenditures are being used for NRUF. NRUF is the only reason that the audit was...
Well, I think the NREF should be based on the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board Research Expenditure Survey and not the RDF. This RDF is for a different purpose entirely. That's what I was trying to get some people doing. You already have the data from the expenditure survey. Just take it from the external sources. You know, the columns in the research expenditure survey.
To complicate this perhaps a little further, but correct me if I'm wrong, at this point in time, when we report our restricted research expenditures, we balance them with the AFR, which excludes capital, and then we add our capital back in. Are we going to add it back in as a full expenditure, as we would do on a modified accrual, or are we now going to worry about spreading that
Depreciation.
out so that we can depreciate that piece of equipment?
I'm not saying that. I think this is open for discussion on the different method of accounting to use. If you wanted to use whether it be modified accrual or full accrual, I don't know what you guys want to do. You could make it generically and say just make sure you're reporting it on an accrual basis. I don't know how many institutions have capital expenditures and how big they are. If it's significant, then it could impact what you're reporting and the consistency amongst the institutions.
We definitely don't want full accrual.
No, perhaps we could just change one word from the accrual to an accrual.
Well, yeah. I mean, if you wanted to do that, you could.
And I'm not even comfortable with that without having it. I think the discussion actually needs to take place with our financial officers, and not with us. Yeah, I really don't.
And then this word, the reporting process, institutions shall use the accrual. That to me is a mandate, not leaving any kind. It's a nice mandate. You know, will is the mean mandate, but shall is nevertheless a direction as to what to take. And you're saying we have a choice, do nothing or whatever. So why?
Yeah, the comptroller gave you a choice because these are not financial statements that we prepare for the comptroller. You know, it doesn't have strict, generally accepted accounting principle requirements and require that we follow governmental accounting standards and such. So I think that's why the SAO is giving you the latitude to pick one, but they want you to pick one.
But I think, as somebody pointed out, this conversation needs to occur with the chief financial officer, because we don't really control or supervise in any way other than following the federal guidelines when we set the budget. Once it's approved, they take it over. Grants and contracts offices are, generally speaking, not always, under business affairs.
And for any of them, I think to change the method would be
disastrous.
Would be a problem. But I think what I hear you saying is we already during the year do it one way and then we switch gears at the end of the year and do it a different way. So like there was a choice in there.
Beyond our scope.
But if we're talking about the reports we turn in October 30th or 15th, those are based on our AFR and balanced to the AFR and therefore are basically following the AFR guidelines.
Yes.
And the report we do has that same verbiage right back to the AFR of capitalizing them and taking them out. That's why we put them back in, because the AFR pulls them out. So
to me, it seems easier to do an accrual method.
Seems like an isolated incident
I don't
or
understand.
mistake.
I really don't understand that at all, but it seems like somehow we do some kind of an adjustment at some high level at the end of the year.
End of the year.
But we don't do an adjustment down to this
Expenditure
project
line.
level at the end of the year, and that's what really this would take, is getting down to
that all
project
depends
level.
on how
So that
your
your
institution
example that you
does it.
gave about, this accrual, like one of the examples that came up when I was talking to one of our accountants about this was like, if you buy a maintenance contract in the middle of the year and the maintenance contract runs for 12 months, then on its strictly accrual method, you ought to only count 6 months of that expenditure during the year, and then the other 6 months of it should go in the next year. Is that right? Is that how it would be?
Maintenance contracts are usually expense. They're not usually.
She got into this difference between expense and expenditure, which I have to say I didn't really follow.
Yeah.
So I probably should just not go there. But at any rate,
yes.
I think that probably the discussion really ought to take place with.
Yeah, I mean, you do bring up a good point that it depends on what level you're looking at these expenditures, because I'm sure the programmatic people are pulling these expenditures, not necessarily the accountants that have prepared these financials for the AFR and such. And you're right, it might be these accrual adjustments that are done only at the end of the year are done at a much higher level and not at that programmatic level that you're talking about. Yeah, it's a good point.
Although this is for the CFOs, obviously, and I think it'll be shelved, from my understanding, is this essentially, first off, this is only related to restricted research expenditure report that we do to tally for the RDF.
Mm-hmm.
So it's really not our AFR at the end of the year that somebody's doing something different. It's really just this one report at the end of the year that a different accounting method may have been used only for the purpose of the Restricted Research Development Fund.
Right.
And then the issue, the real issue there then is you could basically front load expenditures on that report rather than saying they're going to be carried into the next fiscal year based on the differences in the accounting methods.
Yeah, when you say front load, you mean like not on an accrual basis. How it's being accounted for.
Whatever method you use, you're choosing to put it into the current fiscal year rather than delay it. Is that basically what the issue is? I mean, just so my understanding.
Sounds like it. That's how I'm taking it.
You're going back to the depreciation where you have the option of piece of equipment. You can charge it all up front, but with equipment, it's got to be spread out. You wouldn't have the option to charge it all up front.
Okay.
And so it's not an option. You don't get that option.
We report expenditures as the expenditures.
But I'd just like to ask that we've had this come up before. Every time we have something come up that involves back to the report that has to be certified, that it balances to the AFR, and the people who do the AFR, the ones that do that certification, we need to be with them when we have this conversation. Because I think there's two sides to it, and we will talk from one and they will talk to the other, but we both need to be in the room when we have this conversation, because I don't think they really understand all of our part of it too. So I don't know how the decision will be made, but I ask that both parties get to be there when they discuss it.
Okay.
The issue here is if different universities use different accounting methods, it then may skew the comparison of the universities. So as far as I'm concerned, what has to happen is that the board needs to get together with our AFO, chief financial officers, and agree to a mechanism that's going to make you be able to compare apples to apples and not apples to oranges. That's all I care about.
But over time, it wouldn't really be skewed. I mean, 1 year, might be skewed, but
it depends.
Over time, there really wouldn't be.
It depends on how the funding for TRDF goes. If you happen to skew your numbers for the right year, the right biennium, it might make a difference.
Can we wait another year on that?
I think we just assumed that the certification and the restricted research report was keeping us all on the same page and accounting for the numbers the same way. Because that tied back to the AFR, which ties to that report that's certified, and that was what was keeping us all on the same accounting method. I'm still not sure exactly what they honed in on this audit that's confusing that understanding we had previously.
Any other comments?
All I want is, no matter what, if that stays or goes, that text, please take out shall use the same method, because the method we have applied until further notice. Other than that, let's not leave that text in there, shall use the accrual method.
Yeah, we don't know how we want to write that yet. We need more information.
Exactly.
That's fine. I just wanted to introduce Dr. Alonso. He's the agency CFO. So we will bring this up on the agenda for the institutional CFOs and get more information. We're not sure how we're going to integrate this group and the CFOs at the same time. Again, we'll go back and discuss this agenda item a little bit further and let y'all know the outcome.
Okay, next area.
So when you let us know the outcome, you will you will send us a revised version of this for comments, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Well, I will send the outcome of how we're going to handle the additional feedback from the CFOs and this group together, if it's possible, in the timeline. And then after we decide, then we can send for more comments, the revisions for more comments.
Right, because as is, this is just a suggested draft, right?
Yes, this is just for feedback.
Because we can't live by that, although we have done some of that already in this reporting period, with the uploads and stuff.
Yeah, whatever we adopt is going to be for next year, for next year's accounting. So we really want to adopt something before the new fiscal year starts. So,
yes.
Good luck. As long as we have feedback to it, I thought that it can wait.
Thanks, Glenn. So next change that's highlighted?
Is that on page 12?
7.
Oh, 7. Yeah.
What does that mean?
The accountability peer group. That's us.
Where's my page 7?
Is that us?
PGC?
I think that's us.
No, it has us already.
Who is
Research
it,
Development Fund, the National
what does that
Fund,
mean?
and the
accountability peer group is whether your institution is a research institution, a doctoral, master's. There is a criteria within the definition that has restricted research expenditures. So it's a little cleanup. It's nothing to do with this group or anything. It's just consistency.
What number was used before? I mean, is this accountability peer group criteria only applicable to the institutions in this room, or does it include institutions outside of this room? Like Texas Tech, the Texas UT Austin or Texas A&M?
It's on all of the institutions.
Because understand, they don't report restricted research.
We understand.
So that's apples and oranges. When I'm saying, if this criteria establishes restricted research, it's only the institutions eligible for RDF that are actually doing this. Austin is not certifying their expenditures for restricted research. Texas A&M isn't, and not one medical institution is. So I would like to, basically see this accountability peer group criteria to see who it applies to. because no one else is following these rules.
We've never looked at this.
No, it's just the institutions outside UTN and A&M. The other, but all institutions, they do have, in the peer group definitions, they do have a restricted research or research expenditures. So UT and A&M, they probably do have just research expenditures. So I will get clarification on that.
Yeah, before this gets approved, we need to make sure, because again.
But this is not a substantive change. If it's something that is not consistent, we can take it off.
It can be if you're using some other, again, if it's other institutions where you're counting restricted research in whatever fashion, and you're only taking it from our reported restricted research definitions, following this document, those are two very different numbers. They are not the same in any way. They don't go through this transparency process. They're not required to.
Neither do they have the benefit of the RDF and the...
All right, Ernest, give us our next change.
Okay, move out. We're going to table that one. That's basically the same thing as the federal, non-federal.
And the next two?
Same thing.
Same thing. So that adds some awards that you cannot put on the list, or if they are on the list, you can't.
Office of the Vice President of Research.
One that was put on the table.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Yes.
Okay, we were on page 7. Are we on page 8 now? 1.1.7?
Page 12.
We've already covered those in previous discussions, Christy.
And then the 2 on 9, we covered those
yeah.
too.
Forward up to 12.
Okay.
Any comment on those TRIO programs? Upward Bound, Gear Up, stuff like that?
I have a question. If you're just going to go ahead and disclude certain types of programming based upon the, what they're called by the Department of Education, could we also then propose to include some based upon their qualifications by the sponsoring agencies, like RO1s sponsored by NIH, for instance?
R series and assessed by CFDA.
So now you're talking about like a default list of things that we're just always going to approve?
If we're having a default list of ones that we're discluding, why not?
Yeah, why would we pick out TRIO and not other ones that are kind of obvious?
We need another appendix here?
Yeah, we can do that. That's not if everybody agrees with certain types of, like TRIP, that's always going to be a yes.
Yeah, TRIP is not included. That's not included in these. That's just something that's done, but it's not in here.
No, also IRB, and that component's not kind of written in here as something that we've, over the years, started depending on a lot more.
What determination?
Another appendix.
Again, what's the idea behind specifying a certain set of programs, because it's similar to the McNair. Right now, I don't think A&M Kingsville, we have a lot of these programs, but we don't try to list them. But I don't see in the future that something could happen where somebody can envision an upward, program that really could qualify, as research according to the definition under one of these rules. So listing it this way might be restricting us. What if the Department of Education changes their definition of this, that we write a program that can qualify? Are we going to go back and change the SAMs? So we are tying it really. I don't think we should name specific programs just by name.
Well, I don't know if they're calling these out specifically because of the program. I think what they're trying to draw attention to is that it's TRIO programs with primary purposes on student services. So that's the generic exclusion. It's not necessarily TRIO.
Well, why put TRIO, in there?
We can change it to federal programs.
Yeah.
With the purposes of students.
Yeah.
And then exclude the examples.
It could be state, but again, just specifying a certain name, just,
that's fine.
How does it tie back to the internal audit or the audit finding?
No, this is just a cleanup.
Okay. Okay.
I suspect it's because in past years we've had folks who've tried to slip in TRIO projects, and this was probably a backlash as opposed to something that's really necessary.
That's exactly
Mainly
right.
just McNair is the one we have gone back and forth on.
I've seen some.
I think we've seen some that
Some
has
upward
submitted
bounds on
upper
it.
bound, and their, I guess, their argument was that 90% of the, or more than 51% of the budget is for
student services.
evaluation of the program. But it's really a director to have the oversight of administrative oversight of the program. It's not really a research, but that was their argument.
Oh,
So
okay. Thank you.
the upper bound was
I
one.
think naming it by program is too low.
We can take it.
Yeah.
We can take it out.
Programs with primary purposes on student services and outreach.
Right.
We probably
That'd be good. The next one is also a cleanup, and I think it was Dale. You have the historical on that one.
Oh, it was. There was the previously in the rules. You had a place where you could add a pass-through award, but then you couldn't count the expenditures from it. And so what we're saying, we just got a rule change where you can now add the pass-through as long as it's to an institution that's not RDF eligible.
What was the rule change? I mean, what was the purpose for that? Was it for this document?
It was an emergency rule that we had the right to get a peer review added to the rules, and while we were making those emergency rules for them, we did that little bit of cleanup too.
What if we just counted all sub like we do like we do on the Corning Board Research Expenditure Survey? It'd be consistent with that.
If we're reporting subs to each other, then we'd be double reporting. I think that's the only point.
Well, we do on the other report.
My point is, we already do.
Yeah, we already do that on the other report, so why isn't it okay for this one?
Because it has to match your AFR, and you can't do that to your AFR. But yeah, that's the reason. It's just a cleanup. It's already in rules.
It's because this one depends on a distribution of funds and the other reports do not.
Anybody has any objection on that one? Okay.
As long as
And that's just a repeat of
Yeah,
first one.
table this one. This is the same thing.
Right back where we were 2 years
And then that's it.
Well, that's the way we've always been doing it, really.
we excluded them last year.
Actually, right, it's giving you...
So the next steps, or my to-do list, is to go back to the auditor and argue for the differentiation, the whole thing about non-federal, federal, the inconsistency on that. Hold on. Inconsistency, and there might be some audit issues on that. We might want to just make a statement about the unrestricted gifts.
It's just hard to use the way it's written.
And then if we do the cost-benefit analysis, it's an administrative burden to change it this way. And we'll go back and try to see if we can modify that.
I would ask you to try to not end up trying to treat the gifts differently too, because again, that's still going to create just a huge amount of effort because we don't have our accounting offices are not set up to monitor gifts the same way that we monitor sponsored projects, and it's.
So do we even want to do any kind of statement on unrestricted gifts?
They shouldn't even be.
They're already excluded.
They're
by
not
the document.
unrestricted gifts
Then
are
that would
already
be good,
excluded.
just to put that statement anyways,
Right.
just to make sure that it's not counted.
Yeah.
And at least that would be something
Unrestricted
to-
gifts are not. But the thing is that I mean, it is the case that there are, right now, it's like if it's in that other 40% or whatever, there is going to be the possibility, I mean, that there are going to be expenses in there that when an auditor goes out and looks, they're going to find something that is not, they're not going to consider it research. Now, whether it's where somebody in the lab bought pizza for their students or whether they awarded a scholarship to a student, neither of which might be research. But it's not part of the over 50% that is research. You know, that's just the
Even
way
then,
we've set it up.
If you hold an event for a research symposium and you buy lunch, it's research. And we can't differentiate just the expense type. I mean, it's really the overall what's the activity and for the purpose.
And the primary purpose.
Yeah.
Okay, we will communicate that to the auditors, see if we can get some kind of clarification on that recommendation. Any other questions? Thank you very much.
All right, we're adjourned. Thank you very much.
Who's running to the airport?